Oh crap. Wow.
Good evening, everybody. We're going to start the meeting for the Berlin Planning and Zoning Commission. So to start off, we will have the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, thank you. And Maureen, would you do the roll call, please?
Or June Daly asked to be excused.
Okay.
Andrew Lou Millard. Here. Diane Jorsey.
Here.
Tim Zigmont.
Here.
Brian Rogan. Joan Beely. Here. Thank you. Scott Hamill. Who's not here at this time. Mike Pashik.
Here.
John Dyken.
Present.
And Steve Biella Jr. also does not appear to be present.
Okay, so for this meeting, we'll seat John Dyken and Mike Pashik.
Thank you.
And first on the agenda, Commission Business 1, applications of Town of Berlin for site plan amendments for chiller pads with sound deadening enclosure and related site work at 133 Heather Lane, Mary E. Griswold School, and 139 Grove Street, East Berlin, Richard D. Hubbard Elementary School. Hello.
Hello, my name is Greg Lockcheek. I am a civil engineer working for Benish in Glastonbury. We're working under Fryer Architecture.
We have you either lean in, let's lean in, make sure the mic's working. or-
Check.
Sounds a little better.
Yeah.
Joan, excuse me for a moment. Joan, if you can't hear, please let us know.
Oh, I most definitely will. Thank you.
Thanks.
Steve Biella just is logging in now too. And Brian is arriving.
So I guess we can start off with Mary E. Griswold School. If you could please pull up the plans that were sent over digitally. Thank you very much. So here's our overall site plan for Mary E. Griswold Elementary School. We're looking at the site north is directly up on the page. The school is located north of Heather Lane, Beachmont Lane, Glenbrook Road. And to the north is a wooded area, as well as to the east and west is the school's fields, athletic fields. The proposed chiller pad location and sound deadening enclosure is located on the southeastern corner of the school, adjacent the main parking lot and a utility, concrete utility retaining wall that's used for the electric transformer. We picked this location due to its proximity to the mechanical room for the water supply, as well as it being tucked away, hidden in the corner where it is mostly not visible from view unless you're looking for it. So we can move on. Actually, first, I'll start off by saying we have about 120 feet to the south before the nearest residence and about 400 feet off to the east. This is partially why we needed the sound deadening requirement to meet the noise ordinance. The noise ordinance allows 45 decibels during the night, which will be required since this may need to be warming up some pipes and keeping the school at a reasonable temperature in the summer. The sound deadening wall, if we could move on to sheet C 2.0, site plan. So here you could see that we're showing a fire truck turning movement going around the enclosure. This is being done to allow the fire department to be able to access the rear of the school. And this is requiring some grading on the town's main sledding hill. It was our goal to disturb this hill as little as possible, but when we realized we had to add the sound wall, that ended up bringing this slope slightly further out. It's graded at a 2-to-1 with a reinforced stabilization fabric. This will mean it's still good for sledding and should be almost no difference from the existing conditions. The sound deadening wall, if you see in the bottom right-hand corner, will be a concrete block retaining wall. It will be freestanding and not retaining any earth. Uh, This wall is shown as two-tone, but it'll actually just be one tone to match the existing characteristics of the school and the adjacent concrete wall. For drainage, we're proposing to put an under drain with a curtain drain kind of going around the northeast and south portion of the chiller pad. Then this will be discharging onto the slope onto a small gravel bed. We're doing this to make sure that there's no riprap there so no one can get hurt while they're sledding. And just to give a better idea of what this wall is going to look like, could you please open up sheet A6.1G, the last sheet of this set? So it's more or less going to be just a standard concrete block wall wrapping around, and as you can see in the top left, there's going to be a 6-foot gate that's going to be blocking the access to the chiller pads. At this point, I'd like to take any questions.
thing that comes to me for a question is, whether something in place of that gate that would serve, further,
So especially for this school, the acoustic architect was actually proposing that we only provide a wall on the southern portion of the enclosure. But I was a little bit worried about the sound from the northern chiller, the HVAC equipment, being able to kind of go diagonally down to the residences off Kenwood Street. So for this enclosure, we're going above and beyond where we're at currently, and there shouldn't be any issue with the noise coming out of that northern location for the door.
So in your comments, you'll see that, the department, as far as department comments, engineering and wetlands were pending at the time of, us distributing this. They've both said no comment. As you, read in the staff comments, town facilities has worked with Board of Ed, the town engineer, and Public Buildings Commission to all review this, make sure it complies with the new town noise ordinance that was adopted last August, as well as the design and zoning. So it's been well vetted through all the departments, and this is what was the ultimate proposal. So everyone is in agreement as far as staff goes. The one thing we noticed, and I'm sorry, I don't think it was discussed, but in an interdepartmental meeting we had with the applicant, or with the applicant's actually a town manager, because it's a town project, but with the consultant, was that whether or not the commission would like screening, or they have any screening proposed. There were trees in old views of the school at the end of the parking lot, right at the top of where the construction entrance is, right along that, between the construction entrance and that first wall. It's about the only place that is probably visible. I expected some discussion of whether those should be replaced, or the reasons they may be or may not need to be replaced. They haven't existed for the last several years. They had gotten, in one of the photos I saw, they were quite gangly. And so I imagine grounds determined they needed to go, but.
So my apologies, I did forget to include that we will be taking one tree down that is directly east of the proposed location. That's because we're gonna have to grade that portion of the hill out, which would almost definitely kill that tree. We are proposing to plant 5 arborvitae on the southern portion of the wall that will screen the view from the parking lot area. You can see that on the site plan C 2.0.
Madam Chair, I'll note that Mr. Veal or Chairman Veely has a question.
Oh, thank you. Chairman Veely.
Yes. Hey, thank you, Diane, for helping me out and sparing me from spreading any germs that I may have. I do have a question. I guess this is because of this chiller pad. I'm not sure exactly what it is. However, I surmise that it has something to do with noise reduction, according to what the applicant has expressed.
Correct. The sorry,
Go
were you
ahead,
still
sorry.
okay? That is correct. The chiller pad is to support a large piece of HVAC equipment. There's going to be 2 of these structures or a piece of equipment out here. And at this school particularly, we didn't have an issue with the daytime noise ordinance, but it was the nighttime decimal amount that was causing us a little bit of grief. So we ended up providing the sound wall just to make sure that all residents are happy and we're not creating any obstruction during the night, especially.
Okay, are the current HVAC or similar facility, is that currently in the same location or a different location, the mechanicals?
I'm not exactly sure what's going on with if there is even existing HVAC equipment of this manner. It's
Mhm.
possible that it was building mounted, so it would be on the roof and screened away further that way. But for these upgrades to provide adequate cooling and heating, uh, these cannot be building mounted based on the existing structural stability of the school. Not
Okay,
saying it's in bad structural stability, just putting 2 30,000-pound piece of equipment on the roof would not fly.
nah, it wouldn't fly at my house either. But let me let me just ask you this only because I just want to make sure that I thoroughly understand. So if you're going to be putting these in a location, you need to make these chiller pads, and then you'll have these walls that will all be sound deafening. Are the mechanicals that loud?
I believe that the noise rating at full throttle was somewhere around, I think it was 75 or 85 decibels. And the noise ordinance allows 55 decibels during the daytime and 45 at night. And the sound readings that we were getting at the property line was approximately 50 decibels for the school.
Okay. All righty. As to the screening, are you opposed to any additional screening around the structure once it's in place?
The only reason I would be opposed to adding additional screening for this enclosure is
Mhm.
because of that fire department access and the sledding hill. So if we were to pull the hill out even further, which would be feasible in the site, but that would diminish the value of the sledding hill. And we were asked to maintain that as good as we can. Also, to the east of the chiller, there's a large vegetated area that stretches about 400 to 600 feet before the nearest residence.
Mhm.
And there is also existing vegetative screening on the southern portion of the property. Um, Plus, it's going next to a concrete retaining wall, and it's just going to be an extension of that. So after a year goes by, no one's even going to realize that anything has changed.
And how high will that wall be and how long?
It'll be 12 feet, and the size of the enclosure is 22 by 48 feet, so approximately 70 feet, a little bit longer.
Oh, that's quite a length. All right, let me think on that. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Good
That's
night.
all the questions I have right now.
All right.
Write a little bit of a description because I had to get this description as well and look at it on the site. So if you can see by the aerial that it's shown right there, the pad, can you maybe point to the pad? To the rather the end of the parking lot that turns kind of So right there. Right to that. So that is that's parking, like an extension of the parking lot. That is at parking lot level. And then the back side of that, right here. Is a tall wall, and the chiller pad, which is then the box just to the right of that. The X out of this box, the box it is X. That is at a much lower level than the parking lot. The pad of it will be because of the elevation change. So I needed that like really described in our interdepartmental meeting with Vinesh, to really understand how the pad was sitting lower than the driveway itself and the parking lot. So the wall from street side or parking lot side is what's there. It doesn't extend up beyond the parking lot, does it?
It
A
does
little bit.
extends out approximately 3 or 4 feet past that existing retaining wall.
Up.
Oh, up. I believe that the top of that wall matches almost exactly.
Matches, right, so the top of the wall matches the level of the parking lot. But at grade, as the grade drops, creates the 12-foot wall. That makes sense?
Are,
12 foot in the ground.
N-
Okay.
Can I take
If the sidewalk or
I'm sorry, Maureen, I can't hear Tim.
in the ground, 12 foot in the ground.
So this backside of the existing parking deck is about 12 feet high, the backside of it. The chillers are gonna be, so it's up here at this level, think DS level, at, and then the chillers are down on this side of it, 12 feet below, but the ground here is 12 feet lower.
And it might stick out a little bit, but it's not
And
gonna
then
be
it
anything
comes out.
excessive.
A little further at this end, it does have a little extension.
Is there a risk of anybody falling in there?
I would have to double check and review that top portion, but Maureen, when you were out there, was there fall protection on that existing retaining wall? I would assume that there already is.
I don't remember whether it was in place or not, but I'm confident that our facilities guys wouldn't let that exist, or our building department wouldn't if it was something new, if it didn't meet a safety code.
So I believe it would have
And
to.
that we can add that safety. I'm gonna add it right now, actually.
So I believe that
Please
existed.
go. I'm sorry. I'm not referring.
The existing freestanding portion of that retaining wall is either 42 inches high to meet the building code, or it would have some kind of
It
fence
has
or
a wall.
handrail.
It does, it has a wall
Yeah.
around it. Yeah. I don't know if you guys. can look at it. You might be able to share it. Can you open the street view?
Maureen,
Yes.
let me just point out that I can't hear a lot of the commission comments, like Tim, I have no idea what you asked. But I did hear Brian Rogan, I hear Diane Jorsey fine, but I can't hear anyone else on the commission.
Turned
So
on.
please encourage them to use their microphones. Cause as a Zooming audience member, I'm kind of losing the conversation here. I don't know how it is for everyone else.
Thank you for that reminder.
No problem,
So
thank you.
Tim's question had to do with a safety railing around the exterior or the easterly side of the existing parking deck. Because you
Okay.
have the drop off to the,
Yeah, it is an elementary school, so I think that kids have a tendency that they're
Okay.
running out and playing, at least they used to in the old days, you'd go exploring. We wouldn't want anything to happen.
so we did look pretty closely at that
Oh,
from the
thank you for
staff
this
level.
picture.
So this picture kind of shows you the parking deck with the dumpsters on it and the wall that surrounds it. And then this new chiller pad enclosure is on the far side of that and dropped down to that lower level.
Yeah.
I think you can probably drive yourself to see it kind of from this angle. Yeah, if you click like there, yeah, I think we can see kind of the side. Is that as far as you can go? It
Yeah,
might have
maybe
been
one
an
click more.
older view that I looked at.
Are the dumpsters gonna stay there?
I believe they stay there. That's where they live.
They live.
They live there on the school site.
Maureen, any chance we can get a little closer, or is this it? Because of Google Earth,
We can zoom in,
Oh,
but we
if
can't
you-
get closer.
maybe zoom in. Oh,
Oh,
that's
there you
helpful.
go.
Thank
There you
you.
go.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be
So
good.
you
thank
see in that picture, you can barely see there are arborvitae's
Yeah.
right on the side. I had another street view that was more, I think 2016. This one's dated 2007. So the dumpsters may not even be there. But this is a 2007 picture. The those arborvitae's, can't see what I'm pointing to, weren't in the most recent picture, they weren't there. So that's what prompted me to say the commission may want to, that's where the public, so to speak, from the parking lot would be able to see this wall. Otherwise, the wall is pretty well concealed by the line of trees around the entire property.
Hmm.
And that's the existing wall.
Tim?
Yes.
Lean in and
Hear me now, Joan?
Yes, I can. Thank you, Tim.
Okay. My question is that on the page of with the drawing in the back of the unit, the chiller walls are 12 foot high. Door 6 foot high. So if the chiller walls are 12 foot high to block the noise, then I think the door should really be like at least 10 foot high. Not letting that noise out. The other thing is that the other drawing on the same page says the walls are 10 foot high, not 12 foot high. I want to know which one it is.
It's going to be 12 foot high. And I guess that was an older version that we'll have to make sure we get adjusted before we do our final bids.
Okay.
Also, I see here on the single fence gate, 6 foot. That section shows it correctly. There's a call out for a 10-inch precast cap.
Yeah, so it's 12.4.
Yeah, so it's 12'4", including the cap of the retaining wall.
Right, and your door's only 6 foot high.
So we can provide, say, an 8 foot gate and then some kind of chain link that's running across the top of that as well.
Well, at least, I think it shouldn't be chain link, it should be maybe something solid across it. Chain link sounds go through chain link. It's the same thing not happen. The other thing, if I look here on C2, there is arborvitae's shown on this map alongside that parking lot where the dumpsters were that we saw. Now I've been told that they're not there no more. I would like to see those arborvitae's put there. Alongside the chiller itself, I think there should be small trees or flowers or whatever you want to put. If it's a 12-foot wall, maybe you could put some 6-foot trees alongside the wall just to dampen that 12-foot height. The other question is, being in the fire department, I see this, fire department access. Do we know the width of that access?
The width of the access was maintained from existing conditions, so we just wanted to make sure that we're still providing the
Okay.
same access.
Our regulations say 18 foot wide. 12, I think it's 12 foot of pavement, and then it could be gravel, total 18 foot. Compact, for the weight of the fire trucks. And does this path exist all the way around the building, or is just to the, where the truck is at up and top?
It exists all the way around the building, and it's currently being blocked by a large shipping container. But besides that, we're going to make sure that's moved as part of this project as well.
Well, I would tell you to move that chip container tomorrow. First of all, that's a fire hazard. I'm sorry, but being an ex-fire chief in town, I would not want that shipping hangar,
I agree.
container there, okay? And I think this pathway should be to the standards that we have now. Which was for a long driveway, it was 18 foot wide, I think it was, and pavement area or compacted gravel. Where two trucks can go side by side, one coming in, one going out, or two side by side. And have working area around the trucks too. This is a school. I wanna see the best fire protection we can get.
So
So,
as far as other site improvements besides the wall, and I expected that we might have had someone from facilities or public buildings, join the meeting, but those
Yep.
are other parameters of the school and its operation. So I'd like them to address if there's changes to that. And because it's not proposed directly related to
Okay,
this
well-
project and our fire marshal and public buildings, they've worked out all those items that need to be addressed with regard to as they relate to the chiller pads. So I'm not sure that our representative here from the company, from the consultant, and maybe you are prepared to answer those questions, but I'm not. I know facilities has what has been put into the scope for the project and
I
did
do
vet some
understand.
of this, and they may have vetted some of that through the departments that we're not, just unaware of because they provided no comment. And I know he was consulted. I know he looked at it. I know he was talked to.
Just,
I just don't know how those resulted, how those conversations came to fruition for the comment of no.
just
comment.
looking at the drawing, I see that it's not up to the standards that we've set. Okay, so if we are working on this project, then that should be addressed with the fire marshal, this facility people, whatever. But because it is a 12-foot structure, I would like to see some buffering of that with plant bed or whatever. The evergreens be put back in that weren't there no more. Or the arborvitaes,
Mhm.
and maybe this arborvitae's all the way around the thing, I don't know. But that's gonna be facilities too.
For the screening of the wall itself, we did talk about, you mentioned, and, so that isn't as much I'm worried more about site work that happens outside the scope of the site work of the chiller pads themselves being something that, affects multiple town
It's
departments.
the town.
So I assume we're
improvement,
gonna,
less improve.
we're gonna continue this though, right? Because we're still waiting for comments.
We're no longer waiting from comments from, did I not get to that yet? I'm sorry.
Staff.
So both wetlands and engineering has now provided no comment. this
No
year.
comment, okay.
No comment from either of them, as I said, engineering, which is also wetlands, was involved with the
Okay.
design and all the other,
Okay,
vetting of the project and developing of the project.
Okay.
I'm
Any,
actually looking to see if I can find facilities. I have
any
the phone
other
number.
questions from commissioners?
Madam Chair, I
I-
just have a question.
Mr. Dakin?
When we say no comment, we mean no concerns.
Yes, yes. And that's why I put it in quotes when I write it on the thing, because it's no comment, like, as opposed to, we had that confusion some time ago.
I just wanted that
Now
stated.
I quote it.
I figured that was the answer. I just wanted to state it for the record for the public. Thank you.
Joan, you have a question?
Yeah, I agree with Tim in the sense that, it would be kind of nice to have a couple arborvitae's planted just to break up that 12-foot wall. And it's not so much for, the 12-foot wall as it would be perhaps for, neighbors or whatever who may have to look out their back window and see this. I know it's some distance from houses, but still it's a consideration. Also, I would like to just make a motion to approve with, the stipulations that, the 12-foot wall does have some, arborvitae or evergreen or something, just to break up the appearance, but I think, that it's been well vetted through all the departments. And I know, Tim, what your concerns with the fire department, but I'm sure that they've looked at that as well. And, but I do thank you for having that knowledge of what is needed, if there was an emergency. So that's always good to know that it's been addressed. But this looks like it's been fully vetted, so with no further, objection, I would just make a motion to approve.
Well, the only thing I'd like to add is the town was very keen on us sorry, maintaining the sledding hill and its natural characteristics. So if we were to add additional screening at the sound enclosure, the sound deadening wall, that would push out this sledding hill, creating another flatter spot and potentially even requiring a retaining wall, which would be adding costs to the project. So that is a plus and a minus, that we would get some additional screening. But if we go back to the overall, there is existing vegetative screening from the residential properties that are to the south and to the east.
Mhm.
So there wouldn't be almost any sight of this, especially during the summer months, during the growing season. Maybe some small bit of sight that you could see from, say, a window or the backyard during the winter months. But that just would reduce the characteristics of this sledding hill, which we were asked to maintain.
Well, it's the pleasure of the commission. I'll make the motion, but if somebody wants to second an amendment and amend it, that's fine.
Well, I'll second an amend and, because I actually do, I grew up sledding on that hill and I have many fond memories of it. It is one of the best sledding hills in all of town. And looking at the map, I do see extensive vegetation between the residential and that, view. And I am happy that they're gonna be adding the arborvitae's along the parking lot view, so, and thinking back, looking at what Grizzled kind of looks like on Google Maps right now, even with, it is gonna be high, yes, but if you kind of look at the rest of the building, it kind of does fit, the facade of Grizzled, so I'm okay with not having those arborvitae's on the, backside where the sledding hill is.
Okay. Well, then I'll amend my motion.
So can I just add that Doug Solik is going to try to join the meeting if you have further questions. I mean, you can continue if you want to continue, but he's going to try. He's our director of facilities,
Okay.
the town, so just or continue with
All
this
right.
one, and on the next one,
I'm
he'll be
feeling
on.
a little stuck because we have a motion and a second now.
Just wanted to know.
So I just want to be sure that we're clear on what the motion is.
For discussion.
I want to be clear on the motion first and then we can discuss.
Okay.
So the motion is to approve with arborvitae screening to the southern wall of the area being discussed. And is there any other condition?
The
The southern area.
door,
Right.
No.
the
Something with
height
the
of the
door.
door.
Yes.
You want the height of the door adjusted?
It's a 6-foot door, 12-foot walls. So any sound will be coming up above that door. And if it's a sound deadening wall, that door should be sound deadening.
How high are you making the door? How high are you suggesting?
The door is currently 6 feet tall,
Mhm.
but I also would like to add that the sound deadening wall that's on the eastern portion of this enclosure was actually not recommended by the acoustical engineer. That was our consultant. But we decided to extend it to maintain the same look and to also provide some additional sound deadening on top of what was actually required by the sound ordinance.
Maureen, can you do me a favor and have, and just put your mouse or whatever where, cause I know I have the shared screen in front of me, but I'm not sure which area, they're talking about putting the arborvitae's or where the opening is gonna be.
You go on to the site plan, it should be a little easier to see.
Maybe zoom
This
in.
is where the area is.
All right,
Here's
yeah.
the parking deck and the fire access comes down there, and then we're gonna pull up the others. Yeah, here. So you drive in over here, parking, this deck, and the fire access is here. This is where,
Where's-
can you see? Can you see what I'm pointing to?
No, I can't. I see the
Oh.
picture and I'm glad that you zoomed in on that, but I
All right,
can't see,
so
the
I
mouse
bet you have to
isn't.
do it on that. So we have to do it on
There
the
you-
screen
there
we're
you are.
sharing. Yep.
Okay,
So right there is where arborvitae's had grown and ended up removed. And they're talking about reinstalling the arborvitae. Then there was a second part of that question. The where?
I was just, I just was confused over the height request for the new height. As opposed, in other words, for the 6-foot door.
That's around the back.
The top right of the enclosure,
Yeah, okay, now I see where your little cross is, okay.
So that's where basically the two walls of the enclosure will have an opening for a gate. And so it's a gate was proposed at less than the height of the wall.
Can
The 12-foot floor height and on that back side.
can you put up the A6, 1H up there and she could see that? If she's got a question. Last page. There it is, right there, top left corner.
You'll see how the walls are high and then the gate is between location. Well, you can describe where if you
I
were
mean,
standing
there's
at the gate, where are
yeah.
the mechanicals on the other side of that gate?
so we're required to have a
Describe that.
We're required to have a 4-foot separation on the interior walls for maintenance of the HVAC system. So it's essentially when you walk in, you'll be looking at the right side of the northern HVAC unit. And no sound deadening was required in that portion of the wall. So it's just there to match the existing aesthetics because it would be weird to kind of go up to the door and then maintain a chain link fence with, say, epoxy coated privacy slats that would maintain that geometry and then curve back into the wall. So just adding that extra 4 or 5 feet of retaining wall just made sense in its use.
And there's no cap on this pad, is there? In other words, there's no roof on it.
No, there's no roof, but the top of the retaining wall has I believe they're 8-inch blocks, and there's a 10-inch cap that will be on top of the wall.
Okay, so I mean, if there's sound, the sound's gonna go up anyway, whether I think, yeah, I mean, I don't know that the difference in height and the fence, Tim, is gonna make a difference in the sound.
I'm looking at the door and the brick walls. The walls are 12 foot high. The door in the center is 6 foot high.
So how
So-
high do you want this door? 8 feet or 10?
I don't, 8 foot, 10 foot, uh, or put a sound thing between the two, 12 foot sections. So either put another wall up, a wall cross up there, or make the door higher, one or the other. Just fill in that area above the door.
Can I just ask, why, is there a reason why the door is not 12 feet? Is it the concern the door will bend in some way, or is it not going to be secure? I would imagine there's a reason why the door is not all the way up 12 feet.
It's a standard chain link fence gate height. So if we're going up higher to 8, 10, 12 feet, you're looking at a custom piece of equipment that'll require some additional tensioning and supports on the bottom because it will be heavier.
But is there a practical way of filling in that gap? That would be, that would be cost
Chain link
effective.
door.
I think a
Yeah.
practical way would be to suspend a section
Oh,
of chain
nice.
link fence above that, provide an 8-foot door so tall people can access it without hitting their head.
The only concern I have is what if some kid who can jump 8 feet grabs onto the chain link fence and can just Spider-Man over it? I'm just wondering.
I think you need razor wire on the top.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
You see the concern here is,
Okay.
Diane, they may
I
have
can
some
see-
for sale in Texas.
they called it an attractive nuisance sometimes. I mean, hopefully that's not gonna be something that, a future gymnast is gonna wanna climb up. That's my only concern. Is there any other material we can use?
I would have to speak with the architect. I'm not the designer of this wall, so it was their call to provide this sort of layout and the height of the gate. But the height of the wall was determined by the acoustic.
Thank you. I'm in favor of a condition on the vein of Commissioner Zigmont on that. Whatever the material is, I don't know. If we keep that open-ended.
I just realized it's a chainless door. I thought
That's
it
what
was a
I-
solid door. It's a
I was
chain
going to
link door.
point out that as he indicated, the area of the gate was not by their sound analysis, they had a sound engineer. The area of the gate was not an area that they were worried about the sound being emitted from. That wasn't the direction the sound is going to be, according to their calculations, be coming from. So therefore, the gate is to secure this area. And the wall to if you're looking at that picture, the wall to the left side is, and if I understand all the explanations I've heard, the wall to the left is what is deadening the sound. The one on the right is really to circle back to attach to the building and make it match with a gate in between. And again, that gate is in an area that they didn't need the sound deadening. I would note that the sound ordinance, if it doesn't meet the sound, like if the sound starts somehow, once it's all installed, doesn't mean the ordinance, they'll be coming back to the town, to the town departments at the very least, to figure out how to comply with our sound ordinance, because they'll be out, the town will not be complying with its own ordinance.
Okay.
So I think that's where the sound engineer's information is what is critical here.
If we're putting 3 walls up there and that keeps the sound in and do sound stuff from residents, Heather Lane, wherever, okay? Why would you have one opening that's chain link fence and that all the sound can come out? That's all. I'm not a sound person, but that's pretty obvious to me that the sound will come out that one hole.
I'll amend my motion, my second, to have the applicant work with staff to maybe, look at raising the height of the gate and maybe choose a material that's more aesthetically pleasing.
And I will amend the motion itself to reflect that, Brian. Thank you.
Okay, maybe I can accomplish something this time. Can
Yeah.
we please clearly state the motion?
Oh, geez.
We never got through that,
All
so
right. Well, I'll make the
the
motion.
motion is to approve with the
Motion.
arborvitae's on the south wall of the structure.
And work
and,
with staff, regarding the height of the door or the chain link, whatever it is. And more blessings to come, I guess.
And Mr. Rogan seconds.
Yes, second, and with the, part of my amending of working with the gate was to see if they could maybe choose a different material that, you know, was more aesthetically pleasing and what kind of looked better with the stone.
Yes. Good
Okay.
deal.
So we have a motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
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 I thought we have discussion. It's okay.
Oh.
No, we're done. Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, that one is approved.
That was
So-
unanimous.
Yes.
Yes,
Thank you, Commission.
sorry.
Go look at it.
Sorry.
No, sorry.
I thought we had plenty.
No, we're good.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Next, so the next item is the 139 Grove Street, East Berlin, Richard D. Hubbard Elementary School, similar application.
Correct.
Hey, Brian, why don't you make a similar motion?
Okay, so if the commission could please pull up the Richard D. Hubbard Elementary School project. Okay.
Sorry, we're having a technical problem sharing right now. We'll fix it as soon as we can.
That's okay. We have some maps here.
I have extra half-size copies if anyone needs one. Thank you. So this is Richard D. Hubbard Elementary School located on 139 Grove Street, as previously stated. The east, we have Wilcox Park. The south, Grove Street, a residential neighborhood. Wilcox Avenue on the east, also residential, as well as Wilcox Court. That has access to a small roundabout, which also provides parking to the school and to Wilcox Park. On the south of the school, we have the existing main parking lot, as well as there is fire department access that's provided on the west portion of the school that wraps around and goes through the school's play yard and then ends towards the end of the building where we have our project location. You can see that it's dashed out in black, and then we're showing the 2 chiller pads located there with the sound enclosure. We can now go to sheet C 2.0, which is our site plan. And as you can see, the one before this. Yes. So as you can see on the bottom right, we have the same sample wall photo from the previous application. It will also just be one individual color and we'll be matching the school. I believe it is that concrete tan color. Here we're providing the same sort of drainage that will be coming out through the sound enclosure at the door opening. We're providing arborvitae plantings that are around the north and the east portion of the enclosure. And then on the south and west of the enclosure, we have the existing school building, which this enclosure will be abutting but not be directly connected to. So here we have the same layout except for the door. We're providing an offset because of the extreme proximity to the neighbors that are located to the north and to the east. So here our distances to the property line were closer to 30 feet and 60 feet, with being about 100 feet, 100 something feet from the closest resident to the north and about 60 feet to the east. So here we were much more crucial on having the entire enclosure closed up and not allow any noise to be projected outwards. Tim mentioned this previously in the last application. When discussing with our acoustical consultant, we were concerned that the sound would actually cone out in both right and left directions from whatever opening that's provided. But he confirmed and he informed us and let us know that sound is essentially going straight out and then it'll bounce back and be trapped within the enclosure. And in this case, even if it were to get out of the door location to the west, it would hit the existing school and then bounce back towards the enclosure. There's very minimal grading along with this project. We pretty much didn't disturb anything of the existing slopes. There might be some very small selective grading that'll be at the top right corner of this enclosure. And there is a vegetated area where we'll be discharging our stormwater into, which is away from any kids, and kids should not be playing in this back corner, away from the play area as well. But it will be protected from access to the actual enclosure. Trees aren't quite as substantial as they are on Mary E. Griswold School. So that's why we opted to definitely provide these arborvitae, which will not only provide a visual screening, but will also provide some additional sound deadening once they are mature. At this point, we can move on to sheet A 6.1H. This just shows a better idea of what the enclosure will actually look like. We do show a double fence gate here, but that's not going to be utilized here. We're still gonna stick with the 6-foot wide fence gate, which I would like to correct that it is actually 8 feet tall, 6 feet wide, and that's the same for both schools. There any questions?
The gate is another 6 foot or 8 foot this time?
They're actually both 8 feet. I misspoke. They're 6 feet wide, 8 feet tall.
Oh, well, that solves that problem.
Using the double door?
And they're chain link again?
Yes, these are also a chain link fence. I believe they are.
Could you go with like a white PVC that you see around dumpsters?
Yeah, I would be amenable to a white PVC or something that the architect may pick out. I know those
Yeah.
PVC gates, if they have equipment in there, they're very delicate. So there may be a
True.
slightly better option, but
Yeah.
we're keen to work with the
Just
town.
something a bit more solid.
Yeah.
Better
Yeah.
material. Cheap ones.
Nothing from Home Depot.
Any other commissioners with questions?
No.
Tim?
Just looking at these maps, this already addressed the double door one. Yes, we're not doing that. And, the maps say that, this will be a 20-foot, 6-inch, wall there. Instead of, 12-foot wall, I guess they're supposed to be
It says 20 foot.
on the bottom left one. Better bottom right one on H. I mean, one, 6 on H. Oh, no, it's 20-foot wide, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that is the distance from the
20-foot
existing
wide, I'm
school
sorry.
wall.
Sorry, I read that wrong. Doesn't have a height.
The height in the call out is 12.4 again,
Well, for it and
in the detail sheet with the cap, including the cap.
then.
Do you have a question, Tim?
That's all right.
Okay. Do any other commissioners have questions or comments? Maureen? Anything?
Again, I'll just repeat that from engineering and wetlands, they both this week provided no comment, so that's an update to what was just.
Okay.
And again, for the record, that the consultant Benesh has been working with town facilities, the Board of Ed, town engineer and Public Buildings Commission to design these plans to be in compliance with the zoning code as well as the sound ordinance.
And I will make a motion to approve with staff comment and on the condition that they work with staff to improve the material from which the gates are made.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Joan. Any discussion?
Just that the evergreen trees do get planted, but they should be.
I think pretty good.
They did block this one, the evergreen. They blocked this one, and that's towards Wilcox, so,
Mhm.
I mean, that's important, that to the poles too, that.
Okay, so those are shown on the plan, so they should be installed as shown on the plan, correct? I don't think that needs to be included in the motion, so any other comments?
would just like to comment also, it does look like the.
Mike,
chain
use your microphone, please.
Just also wanted to add, does look like for the chain link, it is not just clear chain link, there is fabric. We use it often on construction sites. We use privacy fabric. So it doesn't look like it'll be straight through. Just wanted to take a note of that.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. We can move the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye,
Opposed? So moved.
yay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, commission members.
Next item on the agenda is site plan amendment application of Michael Nixer for a proposed addition and site improvements at 306 Main Street in the CCD2 zone. Welcome. If you would kindly identify yourself and provide your address, please.
Michael Nixer, 306 Main Street, Kensington, Connecticut.
Thank you. And tell us what you have in mind.
We are planning on remodeling and expanding the upper level of my house. Match the existing downstairs level of the house.
Can you explain to me what house it is? I know close to the location.
It's right next to the old General Equities building.
Okay,
My backyard is adjacent to the post office as well.
okay, so that.
And directly across from the old library on Peck Street.
Yeah, okay. I thought it was over next to the liquor store. Well,
No, that's
well,
4 or
used to
5
be.
houses up from mine.
Okay, thank you.
Maureen, do you have any comments or anything to share with us on this?
So we did have the outstanding question as to, we understand the garage is too small to get a temporary vehicle in.
Yes.
What we'd heard, so we were, the question was, will the garage roof be being raised? And again, this is as indicated in the staff report, it's a non-conforming residential use in a commercial zone. So an increase or a change to the square footage, the property, requires the Planning and Zoning Commission to determine that they can do that. But it is a non-conforming use, and they did obtain the variance from ZBA to continue the non-conforming use as a single-family use as opposed to a two-family, which it was, which actually in a way makes it conforming because it has a variance, so it doesn't completely follow all the non-conforming rules anymore because they got a variance that allows it now. So it's a complex little nuance. At the same time, we're maintaining that a change in the commercial zone to the property requires Planning and Zoning Commission approval.
Do you have
So-
any concerns?
Oh,
I'm sorry,
Do you have any concerns with the project?
we do not, other than understanding what may be happening to the garage. It's still an accessory garage at the single story, as far as I understand,
Yes.
but whether or not they're raising the roof would be a staff question. Did you have? Oh, and we are noting that Chairman Bailey has a question.
Chairman Veely?
Yeah, thank you. I could not understand where the house or property is located. I know the applicant stated it, but I couldn't catch it.
It's 306 Main Street in Kensington, Connecticut, directly across from the Berlin Peck, the old Berlin Peck Library. If you came down Peck Street and you came straight instead of turned, you'd be in my driveway.
Oh, okay, so it's like is it currently a White House?
Yes,
Okay, and I think it has it does have like a front porch, and I don't remember if it has a,
yes, it does.
okay, alrighty. Okay, I know the property, thank you. You know, I
No
was quite impressed. Your family has owned this since 1890?
No, actually, the house was built in 1890. My grandfather purchased the house in 1944. My father grew up there. I've been in the house since 19 93 when my grandfather passed away. I've raised my two sons there and my granddaughter is there as well.
No. I'm disappointed because when I was reading this, I thought, wow, isn't that incredible that this property was owned by the same family for all those decades? And I was thinking, geez, the OK Corral was in 1881. Well, let me see, the Civil War was 1875, and I'm going, wow, that's really cool. But I'm still impressed, and I have no further questions, and I don't think we should have, and I have no issues with the property. I'm all for it. Go for it.
I only got a question. It's a.
Oh, no, Tim,
Go-
not a-
yeah,
No,
go
no technical, just a little technical thing.
Go ahead.
It was gonna be, the building was built before zoning. So I don't, it's not non-compliant. Because it was built before zoning. And how much you add to the building? How many square foot?
We're actually, so we're adding square footage by adding the second level, I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay.
Under contractor, I
Okay.
Craig Taylor from Gold Shield Construction, so we're just, the square footage we're adding is only about 600 square feet, but we're trying to we're just going up with the first floor and the second floor.
So-
Right now, the second floor is
So
smaller,
you're-
we're trying to
you're-
make it a little bigger.
My thing is, you're adding less than 25% of the building, they're not.
Oh, yeah, we're not. We're not.
Okay, our zoning says that
That would be. if
I'm
it was in a
conforming,
residential
can't go
zone.
more than 25%, so it meets our zoning.
And that's the difference. If it was in a residential zone, we would have handled it administratively under that provision. This
Yeah.
is in a commercial zone, so it's the commission's
Yeah.
purview.
Make a motion to approve.
I'll
Oh
second.
my God, Tim, motion to approve? Well, I'll have to second that. Oh,
You're not here,
I'll let
you're
you.
not here, Joan.
don't make me cough.
We have a motion from Mr. Zigmont and seconded by Mr. Rogan. Any comments? Questions, concerns? Okay, those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So moved. You're all set. Thank you.
very much.
Thank you.
Good night.
Next on the agenda, site plan amendment application of Arnold Gans for modifications to approved reconstruction and additions at 1427 Berlin Turnpike, property of MC Barber Shop LLC in the BT1 zone.
So if I may,
Please.
this was continued from the January meeting. You may recall at the January meeting that, January 16th, I'll be specific, that were provided an incomplete application without matching descriptions to plans, et cetera. And he presented some information that was further confusing and said, and then indicated that he'd be preparing a new plan with clear information, updating the uses, et cetera. Our office has been in has sent out communication to him on a number of occasions. He had, previous to the last meeting, said we'd be getting plans and please continue. We still have not received anything. We've got no response from our last communication, approximately a week ago. And don't have any, and, he's been unresponsive. It does have a must decide date prior to the next meeting, without a deliberate consent of use of extension time, even though, there's minimal of that left as well, to get through very many more meetings. And if we got new information, those would have to go through the town departments for interdepartmental review. So as per the staff report you got prior, the updated staff report last time, for the reasons stated there and the reasons I've just listed, I would, as staff, recommend that the commission deny this application.
Thank you. It's quite a history with this one.
Mm,
Thoughts from the commission?
I think Maureen has said it all, so I'll make a motion to deny.
Okay, we have a motion to deny. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Can you clarify for all the reasons that were discussed and stated?
Absolutely, all the reasons that you discussed and stated. And then some.
I'll amend my second.
No complete maps.
So, motion to deny based on staff recommendations and comments.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ms. Jorsey.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Glad to get it off the agenda.
Yes, me too. Okay, next on the agenda, under public hearings, we've already begun this, so there's not a call. Proposed text and related map amendments of FHI Studio at the direction of the Berlin Economic Development Commission and Planning and Zoning Commission to amend Berlin zoning regulations relating to commercial zoning in 6G BT1 and related amendments to 2B definitions and 6J and 8I, 5 bulk table requirements. And V8, I'm sorry, Roman numerals, 6HBT2 and related amendments, 2B definitions and 6J and 8IV bulk table requirements, 3, 6C SPDD and related amendments to 2B definitions and 6J and 8I 5 bulk table requirements. Item 4 is 8F CCD2 Kensington Village overlay and related amendments to 2B definitions and 6J and 8IV bulk tables requirements. And Mr. Gomes, I think, is with us. Welcome. Sorry to keep you so long.
I'd like to
Maureen,
make one clarification.
Sure.
So when you opened the public hearing, you opened it with items 1 and 2 related to the BT1 and BT2 zone. Joined as a single public hearing to discuss the amendments for those 2 sections at the last meeting. Public hearing, and then you severed public hearings for items 3, 4, and 5, the SPDD, CCD2, and the SPDD overlay zones as will be handled as separate public hearings. So for clarity, BT1 and BT2 are the open public hearing combined together. I think we have to look at the seating. I had it on my other agenda. I erased it from this one. I'll look at that in 1 second. Well, I guess
it's-
everyone present can say whether they have.
it
listened
is
to the
noted on
record.
the agenda. Chairman
Oh, there it
Bailey,
is.
June Daly was here, Tim Zigmont, myself, Andra, Brian, and Steve Biella. So we will need to unseat, we'll unseat Mike Pashuk. And Steve Biella is online. We'll seat Steve.
Can we get acknowledgement from Steve, maybe?
Steve, are you there?
I think that was.
Steve Biella? If you're if you're speaking, you need to unmute, Steve.
Send him a quick message. Oh. I don't have it ready.
Okay, well, yeah, I think it's more being part of the forum, so yeah, just unmute yourself and just say you're part of it.
Did it work this time?
Yes, thank you.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Thank you.
Thank you,
We're
Chris.
glad you're there.
So then I'll add that we did update the attachment on the website with the legal ad with the language as it appeared in your packages, which eliminated the editing that we were working on in the markup. It's not the markup, this is the language that you guys received. Just added the wrong attachment, but that had all been reposted, reprinted, and put out on the website as well. So now
Do we have a copy of?
Just to clarify, was the one that was sent to us on the Adobe?
The one that was sent, the one you have, it should look like this. And really big thing is on the first page, the bottom line for contractor shop definition includes the 15,000 pounds or less. That would be the last line on page 1, and that's the correct version. So it's on the last line on the top, on that page. Again, Francisco's gonna share it on the screen.
Yep.
Regardless, if anyone, is concerned. And if you want more printed copies, I don't think we brought them upstairs, but I have a stack on on our counter. And I can go get it. You guys can get started and I can go get those. Just walk in our office for the public to look.
Find it on the computer.
Okay, are we set? Francisco can start. Okay, Francisco, welcome.
Hello, everyone. It's good to see you again. And I'm all set to launch into things.
Please do.
Okay, and so you can hear me okay.
Yes, yep.
All right. These recommended amendments should be very familiar to all of you. And I trust that since we met last time that you've had a chance to review them in more detail. And so I'm not going to give the whole speech I gave last time to provide you with the understanding as to the purpose of these. I'd rather just get right into the changes that are being proposed, starting with the BT1 zone. What we've recommended for the BT1 is, I would describe as very surgical changes. We're only proposing to change very discrete elements of the zoning for the Berlin Turnpike. Starting with the purpose statement, the current purpose statement is not very well written. So we're just going to get rid of language that is not helpful. And that's item number 1. And I trust you can all see my screen.
Can you zoom in?
Sure. How's that?
That's better.
Good. So the first recommendation is to remove some language from the purpose statement that is not productive. The second recommendation is to allow clean contractors in the zoning district. That is not a use that is currently identified as a use, and it's not currently allowed. And it's a use that's not identified anywhere in the town. Presumably, they would be allowed where you allow industrial in your industrial zones. We've recommended introducing it to the BT1 as use. We feel it's appropriate along the corridor, and we've provided a definition. And the definition is the last part of the recommendation. I'll read it in a moment. Item 3 is to remove a couple of uses currently permitted along the turnpike, including large-scale uses like lumber yards or building material suppliers, which you allow in other zones in the town, such as industrial zones. And then religious and charitable and missionary institutions. I'm sure I didn't say that properly. To remove those as permitted uses. There are lots of zones where those types of uses are currently permitted, and we want to focus on uses that are most compatible with existing uses along the Berlin Turnpike and that are more commercial and service-based in nature. The fourth item, the fourth recommendation, is to increase the threshold for a special permit requirement. Currently, any proposal that's 5,000 square feet or more of a building footprint requires a special permit, even if the use is otherwise permitted by a zoning permit or site plan approval. We recommend doubling that to 10,000 square feet. 10,000 square feet would still require a development like a CVS or Walgreens, which those are anywhere from 12 to 15,000. It would still require a special permit for that scale of use. But this is really intended to really streamline and facilitate a new development, redevelopment along the Berlin Turnpike and not present excessive permit requirements for smaller projects. Item 5 is to reduce the lot size and front yard standards in the zone. As we discussed in the past, the Berlin Turnpike is a very wide right-of-way, which means that even buildings, even if you had a 0 front yard requirement, buildings would still be distanced quite a ways from the edge of the roadway. So we recommend reducing that from 50 feet, 25 feet, which will allow for development to be a little closer, and it will make the turnpike feel not quite as spread out and wide open with lots of parking in front. The second part of that is to reduce the minimum lot size from the current 2 acres to 1 acre. And we talked at length at our last meeting about the number of non-conforming properties due to the nature of the parcels up and down the turnpike. Next, we recommend amending the 2 acre requirement for car washes, reducing that to 1.4 acres, which is kind of the sweet spot for car washes, as testified at the last meeting by the gentleman who works with car washes to develop and establish them. And then item 7, as I mentioned earlier, is clean contractor. And you now have the proper definition. And a clean contractor is defined as a site or facility used by contractor engaged in the building trades for the indoor storage of tools, equipment, supplies, or materials typically used off-site. Includes the outdoor parking or of registered contractor vehicles with a gross vehicle weight of 15,000 pounds or less. And that is the maximum weight you can have a combination type vehicle registered as. So we're talking about like a van, pickup truck, a small mason or landscaper type dump truck. That would be the maximum weight of the vehicle. So that concludes our recommended amendments for the BT1. And now would be a good time for me to pause and allow you discussion or to ask me any questions about these recommended amendments.
Just like to make a clarification as you look at your packages. So that first page is a summary of those changes. The second page is then the ones related to BT2. On the third page, you'll see how each of those recommendations fits into the language of the site plan uses versus the and special permit uses, etc. So you can see how it goes into the text as well, with only those items listed being what in color being what is being changed. That's to me. I don't know if that helps you. Again, you also add the contractors.
Okay, so any questions regarding the proposal for the BT1 amendments? Comments, thoughts?
I have a question, Diane.
Joan, please.
And yeah, it's just for clarification, Francisco. With the clean contractors is a sample of what would be considered a clean contractor again? I hate to ask you.
Yeah, a plumbing contractor or an electrician that, you know, someone that may outgrow the garage at home and they need a space where they could store their tools, materials. Maybe they do a little bit of work inside the space, but they don't have what you would refer to as a contractor yard where there's heavy equipment, stockpiling of large bulk materials. Everything's inside with the exception of their vehicle.
Okay. And would those clean contractors be allowed with, as a special permit or without a special permit in the BT1 zone?
I believe we've recommended that they be allowed as a special permit use.
Okay. And my other question is that under the
Yes.
purpose for the recommended zoning amendments,
Yeah.
you had struck out, the last line was that do have detrimental impacts on nearby residential properties. Is there any specific reason why we're striking that? Or that it shouldn't be taken into consideration regarding the BT1 zone and its development?
There's no reason why you would establish a zone with the intended purpose to allow uses that do have detrimental impacts to the nearby residential properties. You don't want that to be part of your purpose statement. The intention of zoning is to minimize, reduce, or eliminate detrimental impacts to surrounding properties, particularly residential properties. So that language we found really interesting and not supportive of the purpose of the zone and really of the purpose of your zoning regulations, which is to reduce detrimental impacts and nuisance uses.
Do you foresee that there would be a problem with future applicants? If they would look and say, Chairman Veely, there's nothing here that says that I have to take the neighbors into consideration when I'm developing my property. And that's a hypothetical, but do you think that allows for that attitude to move forward? Or do you think I'm being overcautious?
That's a reasonable concern, but the language right now, what the language says right now is that the purpose of the zone is to provide for a wide range of commercial, civic, and recreational uses that are appropriate to the unique nature of properties along the Berlin Turnpike that do have detrimental impacts on nearby residential properties. So either someone left out a not, or the intention was that the Berlin Turnpike would potentially accommodate uses that could be detrimentally impactful to surrounding residential properties, which I don't think it's anyone's intention. So the language is problematic. You do have within your special permit authority and the criteria by which you approve special permits, one of the things that you are required to consider and take into consideration is the potential impacts on surrounding properties, residential areas, and neighborhoods. So anything that comes before you, that is a primary consideration always, and it doesn't need to be stated within the purpose statement of the zone. The purpose statement of the zone is intended to describe the nature of activities that are allowed in the zone.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you, Francisco, for
You're welcome. You're welcome.
reassuring me on that.
Yep.
Just clarify, the not is typo in this document. It's, I've just checked the regulations and it does say have a not.
It does or it doesn't?
It does. It does have the not. I didn't
Okay.
think I missed that, so I'm sorry I didn't notice it in your typing. You know how when you read, you just,
Yeah.
you read it in.
Of course.
It doesn't make sense otherwise. So we all put it in there regardless. So I just wanna. Right.
Screw those residential properties.
Okay, before we move on, any other questions or comments regarding the BT1?
Yes.
Tim?
Just, the two that I've been, saying is lot size from 2 acres to 1
Tim.
acre.
Yep.
Do I have it on? Nope. Sorry. Yeah. My concern was the 2 acres to 1 acre, which, I went to 1.5. And car wash as 1.4. To me, that refers to one lot, basically.
Mhm.
When you go 1.4, it's one lot basically, but that they may want to buy whatever, okay? That's just the, so I would say that should be, say, 1.5
Right.
too.
So I guess the reason that I'm looking at it right now and looking at the bulk table, the reason why I'm not too concerned with lowering it to like even one is the max building coverage is only 25%. So even on a lot of 1 acre, you're only using a quarter of it. It's a pretty small building for commercial.
Yeah, but these are for, I understand you, but these are for B2, 1 and 2 zone, all the properties.
right.
It's not just one property,
Mhm.
okay? And to me, 1.4 is one property.
Oh, no,
I agree with you 100%. But the other thing is to the clean contractor. Okay. Number of vehicles could be a problem on the property. I'm going to take one that we approved on Deming Road. Okay. The roofing company, all trucks were supposed to be stored inside the building. When they was brought here, no storing, other thing. The only thing we could park outside was their employees' cars. There's got to be 25 their trucks there now. Okay, parked up on the grass, parked up on next to the street. Real bad situation going on there. That's a clean contractor because there's no storage on property. Okay, so how we can address that problem, not having happening again. And I would like zoning or someone to go down there and talk to them and say, here's what you got approved to. And that's not happening, but that's another thing.
That one does have an enforcement action, and as we understand it, there are legal issues as well.
Okay, so getting back on track on the BT1 discussion. This is a public hearing. Does anybody in the audience or online have a comment or questions regarding the BT1 proposed amendment? Mr. Edge.
Chris Edge, 240 Kensington Road. Yeah, I think it's reasonable to look at a middle ground there. Again, 1.5, if that is what the commission thinks makes sense. I agree that it is definitely worth taking a look at into discussion and something I think that can make sense. Because at this point, again, having as many large parcels as we have under 2 acres, that's the bigger issue than necessarily having it under 1.5. So I think that is definitely a reasonable way to look at it. Again, the car wash piece, I'm not sure. Again, I'm not an expert at all, but again, 1.5, if that works for the commission, then that's, I think that would be fine because that'll move some things along anyway. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, is there anybody online that has any questions or comments? This is a public hearing. It's your opportunity to offer comment on the amendments proposed for the BT1 zone. Hearing none, would it
Madam
be
Chair.
appropriate to close this
Madam Chair.
portion?
I do have one comment.
Andra?
Regarding 5A, reducing from the 50 feet to 25 feet, that really doesn't allow much room for plantings, anything that's going to be put into that area. I wonder if we should reconsider that.
If I may respond, what typically occupies that space is asphalt from edge to edge. And 25 feet is still allows for a fairly sizable planting bed. Most beds that you'll see in a parking lot are maybe 10 feet deep. So that, I think by allowing businesses to come closer to the road, you make them a little more visible. You help to, it has a calming effect on the road, feels a little less like a highway if storefronts are closer. And by allowing them to be closer, it allows them to fit more parking to the back if they're locating parking in the back, which is what we're trying to encourage parking on the side and the back instead of entirely in front.
I'll add to that, that if you remember from previous conversations, and maybe, I thought it was during the hearing, but it may have been in some of the discussion stages. The Berlin Turnpike right-of-way is extremely wide and includes a lot of land that people, that is perceived as being on the property of the commercial business, but it's actually state right-of-way. And is frequently used by the business. There's plenty of businesses that have their parking over for decades within that area. But the zoning regulations also have the provisions for parking and landscaping areas within the parking lots. So if you have a certain length of parking, you require an island or a peninsula, a planted peninsula in front of the building, a strip that includes planting as well as sidewalk. There's other provisions in the regulations that also allow, or also require landscaping. So creating that design within the 25 feet, should they decide to have pavement in the front. If it's new, a new site plan, they would be needing to meet some of the requirements in the zone that are in the regulations that pertain to planting, landscaping and parking.
Thank you.
And that's where we were thinking it was, maybe covered there. You may think that's not adequate. That's fine too.
Commissioner Sigmund.
Yes, I don't have any problem with 25 feet because of the width of the Berlin Turnpike. But then at 25 feet, I question parking in front of the building. Because moving up the building towards the front of the property be good for a business. They could see it better from the road and everything else. We had this same situation on Farmington Avenue. Before the parking used to be behind the buildings. And then we decided we want the buildings up towards the road. And we brought it was behind the building, so the buildings were towards the road. Then we decided to want parking in the front, so the buildings moved back. Okay. So putting parking regulations saying that it should be parking should be located to the side or rear, I don't think that's a problem in the zone. I think it's a good idea to bring it up towards the road where they can see the business. It does promote the business. Just that the parking location should be addressed.
I think and Francisco, you can correct me if you recall different development conversations over this, over the decision of this distance, but was that it allows for flexibility for the developer who's proposing the property. What is the use? Do they need want the front door foot traffic? It may, if they come closer to the 25 feet, it may be a one-way traffic flow with a line of parking spaces to run in the front door of the business.
Yeah.
Or it may allow them the flexibility to say, we want the bulk of our customers to park in the rear or the side, and gives them that ability to design the plan to meet the geometry of the lot and the needs of the commercial business.
Yep.
So it was kind of all that put in
Yep.
as thought
I
together.
really don't have a problem if they cut the fee is 25 feet. When you put a flower bed in, a sidewalk, you're 20 to 15 foot or so of the 25, so you got 10 foot left, or do you got a driveway? Okay. I don't care if they put the building back and want to put the parking lot in the front, tell you the truth. But if they're going to put it on the 25-foot line, then the parking should be on the side or rear. So I don't know how to word that, but they have that option where to put it in the square or in the box. If there's room for parking in the front. You know, I think they should be all up to the 25-foot line to get the exposure, but, you know, I don't know how you want to address that, but, it's got to be addressed one way where the building's placed on that 5-foot line, where that parking is.
So if I could respond to that quickly, the 25-foot setback, changing the minimum front yard, it's not a build-to line, which is to say, we're not now requiring that buildings be 25-foot setback at 25 feet and only at 25 feet. We're just allowing them to come as close as 25 feet from the right-of-way, from the edge of the front property line. The applicant's required to provide the required amount of parking. So it's up to them to figure out where they can fit it in and what their priorities are with respect to where to place the parking and how they want to treat the front of their building and their entrance, just as Maureen described.
See that, I think Commissioner Rogan had a comment.
Yeah, I was like, pretty much just in line with what Francisco just said. It doesn't seem like this regulation is affecting the parking so much as just opening up, what can be allowed to do with the land as far as where they place the building and everything. I don't, the parking regulations still seem to be the same when I'm looking at the regulation that's untouched.
That's exactly right.
Chairman Veely. Joan, you're muted.
Hang on. Got it. Thank you. I did have a concern about the 50 feet down to 25 as well, because it seems sort of minimal to me. I do understand the idea that if people want to move their businesses and make it a little bit more visible and thus eliminating front parking. So I think that would be good. I guess my concern would be over a snow shelf, because if you've ever seen them plow the Berlin Turnpike, boy, they throw that stuff. And my fear is that developers may be resistant to doing plantings or any kind of landscaping, claiming that it's all going to die with the salt and the mixture that's poured on the road. So that's where my concern comes in with that. The second item I just wanted to quickly touch base on was the car washes. Still not feeling the love, but I'm happy to go to a 1.5 acres on that as a minimum requirement. And then I'll just deal with it when we get to the projects. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
And John, responding to those concerns, as Maureen had noted, the right-of-way is exceptionally wide on the Berlin Turnpike, which places the front property line and the edge of the right-of-way at times as much as 50 feet away from the edge of the road. And in most places, there's at least 20 or 30 feet from the edge of the road to the edge of the right-of-way line. So there's a substantial area for snow storage and any other side of the road appurtenances, whether it be utilities and guardrails. And there's a tremendous amount of space before you get to the private property. And then we still would require another 25 feet of space between the property line and a building. So based upon the conditions of the right-of-way, I don't have the same concerns regarding properties being too close to the edge of the roadway and lack of space for snow storage or impacts from snow removal.
Okay, thank you, Francisco.
You're welcome.
Okay, Maureen, do you have other?
So a little brainstorming with regard to a concern that was raised a few moments ago with regard to the contractor shops that then comes to light when you discuss that 25-foot setback. And wondering if clarifying that even further, although the contractor shops would be the clean contractors, rather, the clean contractor use would be a special permit use as proposed. adding something with regard to their parking of their vehicles. Specifically noting that the parking be subject to your special permit review or to review in that plan, because then it's about where their cars are, their vehicles, their commercial vehicles are parked, not customer vehicles, not regular passenger vehicles. And maybe just adding something that clarifies that without it being enough to change the intent where we'd have to renotice it. Give us a minute or two to come up with something. And I think one of us can. The other
You-
thing is you started to talk about closing the hearing. But remember, we're only going through the BT1 now. The BT1 and BT2 have been combined. So he's got to go through the rest of the pages of this part of the packet before this hearing is closed.
Okay.
And Maureen, in response to that, you could add a provision to this that would simply require all contractor vehicles to be located, to be parked, contractor vehicle parking areas to be located behind the front building line.
Wait to approach it.
Okay, so can we move on now to BT2? Or does anybody have comments or questions still on BT1? Okay, Francisco, I think we can move to the
Okay, very good.
BT2 section. Thank you.
Okay, our recommended amendments for the B2 zone are more substantial than for the BT1. We make the same recommendation for the purpose statement. And getting on to the rest of the recommendations, the second item is to amend the uses that are allowed by site plan and to include both uses not currently allowed in the zone, so new site plan uses, and to change current special permit uses to a site plan approval. So the items shown in red are not currently allowed in the BT2, and we are recommending that they specifically be allowed by site plan. As a reminder, the threshold, there is a threshold of 5,000 square feet for a special permit requirement. And so anything that is over a certain size is going to require a special permit regardless of the type of use. So the uses we're talking about adding include caterers or bakeries, medical or dental laboratories, printing or publishing services, manufacturer showrooms, and for-profit vocational schools, none of which are currently allowed in the BT2. The uses that we're proposing allowing by site plan approval instead of requiring a special permit, provided they're not over the size limit, include adult daycare centers, health and fitness clubs, hospitals, child or daycare centers, group daycare homes, hotels, radio and TV broadcast facilities, public schools, libraries, or post offices. Okay, now I'll continue and then I'm happy to come back. Additionally, we're recommending changes to the special permit threshold. And first of all, to increase the special permit threshold to 10,000 square feet. So that would impact those site plan uses. That means if you did make this change as well, the site plan uses, many of these uses would be allowed by site plan if they are under 10,000 square feet, the uses I just reviewed. We have recommended removing multiple uses. These are the uses shown in strike-through tasks as special permit requirements, and instead making them permitted through a site plan application. And as I just discussed, that includes the health and fitness clubs, hospitals, adult daycare centers, radio and TV broadcast facilities, public schools, child daycare, and hotels. And that's why they are shown removed from this list, not because they will no longer be permitted in the zone, but because we will allow them under a specified size to be permitted by site plan application. The new uses shown in red, not currently permitted in the BT2, that we are recommending adding as special permit uses include indoor and outdoor commercial recreation, private transportation or auto rental services, nursery or garden supply stores, enclosed amusement facilities, boat vehicle and equipment sales and service, public utility buildings, and car washes. And as we discussed, we have the 1.4 acre stipulation here, but that could be changed to 1.5 acres universally. Furthermore, we also recommend changing the minimum front yard from 50 feet to 25 feet, just like the BT1. And like the BT1, changing the minimum lot size requirement from 2 acres to 1 acres with the same justification for both of those as we had discussed in the BT1. Additionally, we recommend updating the maximum building height, mainly to make it more consistent with your height limits that are normally set by foot at 35 feet. Current building height says either 4 stories or 35 feet, and there are very few structures that can be constructed at 4 stories under 35 feet. So we recommend changing that to 3 stories to be more consistent with what the height would allow. In addition to that, we recommend adding a definition because we have discussed allowing for manufacturer showrooms, and your zoning regulations do not have a definition of that use. So we recommend adding the definition, manufacturer showroom, an indoor facility for the display and sale of products by the manufacturer of the product. All right, so with that being said, I'll pause and I'm happy to go to whichever page or item that you would like to review.
Thank you.
So my initial reaction for the reduction from special permit to site plan is being that it is on the Berlin Turnpike, looking at things like the public schools, libraries, post offices, hospitals, especially with the development that we've already seen and all the new car traffic. I feel like those are all very transportation central, and I think that those should stay in this special permit. Because I would hate for someone to just come here and say, hey, we meet your regulations, we're putting this here whether you like it or not. And then there'd be a safety issue with whether it be school buses or ambulances or, you know, with the schools, like kids run, like playing and going into the highway. So I see some issues there where I think having that special permit review would be still, you know, a good idea.
Thank you, Brian. Anybody else with questions or comments? Joan? No? Steve? Biella?
I don't know. I think, I don't know. I kind of go back to what we had in the BT1 zone, but then I think what's the difference? But I agree with what Brian said. I think we do have to be careful when we remove stuff out of the special permit because it sort of eliminates that layer, that extra layer of review that we have. The only thing that I'm looking at is the boats, the vehicles and equipment sales and services. And also I kept thinking about was, are we gonna, is this to allow like a huge like boat yard for people who have a need to store their cabin cruisers or to get them repaired? I don't think, I'm not thinking in ways of a little motor boat. I'm thinking of, you know, the cabin cruisers. And I'm just wondering if we really want that up and down the Berlin Turnpike. So I had that thought. And yeah, that's it for now. That's all I could think of. My brain is getting fried.
Mr. Edge?
Yes, I just want to actually, with that in mind, I know something was mentioned before. And again, this is a question of, can it be done, which is the boats, et cetera, and then to put something along the lines of excluding used car sales, including boat sales. I don't know kind of how we put that in there, but that way that doesn't happen. Basically, let's say, for instance, a special permit, that to be specifically excluded in the language. I think that would be a way to get away with that, because I agree. We don't need any more used cars. We don't need any more, big boat yards. That's not going to work for us. And again, I don't know if that's language that can be added in there. I think that is what Mr. Zingman had said, and I would agree completely. I mean, we want uses that make sense. We want to try to minimize and or move on uses that we aren't as excited about. So I don't know if that's even possible.
Would
Well,
it
maybe
make
we should-
sense
maybe
to
we-
strike boat vehicles and from that line? And just leave it as equipment sales and service?
So I think the intent, and again, Francisco can chime in on all the multiple meetings. But I think the intent was it doesn't say storage. So it's not the storage of vehicles like you find at those storage yards, there's,
Right.
out right over the line in Meriden, and where he's a repair and storage. I don't know if he sells, he might, but you see the seasonal storage there of the boats. I think the intent was to include, the boat, new boat sales or, but it's certified used, right? If it was a car, I don't know what terms in boat language is because I'm not a sailor. But boat vehicles and equipment sales, and I was thinking add accessory service. Or a service as an accessory use to that boat sales, so it'd be like new boat sales. Again, that may not be what you're looking, that may be exactly what Joan is commenting that is undesirable, but that's where I'm thinking it would be keeping it at that level, like new cars and like the equipment dealers that we currently have in the BT1 zone, and matching the language there a little more closely. I have to scroll back to the BT1 language to see how that is listed, because is that a direct, Francisco, this is to you. Is that directly from the BT1 to just add it to the BT2? Right.
It was a while ago, we had the discussion about adding this. I think it may have come over from the BT1, but I don't have it in front of me right now to confirm.
I'm scrolling back to that page and
Yeah.
I'll get that answered in a second.
I believe it did come from it verbatim, and
Yeah, I think it's to match the language in BT1 to have that use be in BT2 as well as the
Right.
way it's listed in
Right.
BT1, but we'll confirm.
Yep. And my, as I mentioned previously, and I can mention again briefly, the company that I've been talking to that essentially will take your Amazon type vehicle and they will take it and outfit it for a contractor. So it is a vehicle. They don't do sales. They literally will take it and mock it up for the clean contractor. That would be my only concern about taking out the vehicles, because they don't do boats and it's not considered equipment. It is actually a vehicle. So that'd be my only concern about it. Where again, no, I don't want to see the sales by any means. But that's somebody that, again, I know that's only a very single use that I'm talking about, but just happens to be somebody that is a Berlin guy that I've been trying to spot for.
But Chris, if I may, that's a business that is gonna be specialized and probably handled indoor more than outside. If they're fitting trucks or vans for a specific usage or profession, would that not be something that would be handled inside, like a workshop?
Yeah, I would say probably 90% of it would be inside. Again, I've not been to the business recently, but no, the majority of it's inside, because they do want to make it, again, weather tight. They don't want to be out in the rain, et cetera. So yeah, majority of it would be done inside.
Yeah,
And again, I think having, again, somewhere putting the exclusion of sales in there, it probably makes the most sense, because it will protect us from that, somebody trying to sneak that in there.
yeah.
So-
I just don't want to have a boat graveyard on the Berlin Turnpike. We fought with
Agreed.
different kind of graveyards through the years. And we're finally getting things to step up a little bit. We want to make sure that we keep heading in that direction. That's my concern.
You will get no argument from me at all on that one.
All right.
Currently, that vision in the BT1 zone that I think is the one that closely matches, is actually kind of reverse sentence, but sales and service facilities for boats, vehicles, and equipment. So sales, the the sentence is upended. It also includes the word facilities, and the way the zoning office has been interpreting that is a facility and based on the dictionary and use of language. The facility is what then would make it be a place that has to have a building that's the primary anchor of the property because it's a facility. So there's the ability to change it to match exactly the BT1 if you do want to expand that use into the wording in the BT1 zone, if you do want to include that in the BT2 zone, or to do with it otherwise, as you've just been discussing.
And it was, the zoning was actually something that had been very, sorry, I'm trying to find the right verbiage. When Mid-State Air Compressor went onto the Berlin Turnpike, that was a language we had used to bring them into that building where they were. It is now a company that does fire suppression systems. So again, they do equipment, but I know from my perspective, it does give us the opportunity for folks that may not necessarily be retail per se. Those companies have been great there because it's also, say it, but lots of commercial trucks, which when they don't park them in front of the building are really nice and taxable for us.
My question on this is, do we want a boatyard with outside boats, for sale, big yard full of boats? Or do we want a new car sales with all cars in the parking lot? Equipment sales, equipment could mean different things. And equipment sales to me is, H.O. Penn and those that down the other end of the thing with those big equipment. Okay. Servicing all these vehicles, probably not a problem. Okay, so servicing it, so if it's inside equipment sales and service of, thing, then you're eliminating that, big equipment place like H.O. Penn and
Tyler.
big boat plates, or vehicles all over the place. So it just they could have their display, their vehicles they're selling inside in a showroom. I don't have any problem with that, and service all the vehicles they want and doors in the rear, or whatever you pull them in service. But I don't know about this. We want the big sales in this zone where it is. I mean, that's my only question.
Sure.
And my other part of it is the car wash again, if 1.5 and the acreage down to 1.5.
Personally, for me, talking about the sales and everything, thinking of someone like Tyler, who's, I think it's a nice operation. I've never heard any complaints about them. Their yard is nice and tidy. I thought whenever I pull up to that intersection on Tollgate, it's not like they're causing problems with traffic. I don't want to really I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater there saying, okay, we don't want equipment sales. I think we're in a great location for it. Directly in the center of the state, we could attract a lot of contractors from the entire state. I can see equipment sales, whether it's, you say H.O. Penn and Newington and the Cat and everything. Like, there's a lot of new companies out there like producing equipment. I could see that being a very positive thing for Berlin, having those types of equipment sales. I mean, whether it's the other one that just went in, Alta. Like, I drive by them too. Their equipment's lined up nice and neat. Everything's,
I think it is too.
yeah.
And if that's the type of sales, I don't have it, but when you got used equipment and everything else, like H.O. Penn in Newington is not on the turnpike, it's off the turnpike, and they keep their place nice and clean too. Okay. But there's a potential of that not clean. And then if we had all businesses like you're saying, I don't have a problem.
So can
I
I just
I don't know how to
clarify
make
for everyone, just in case to focus on the section is that that is an allowed use in the BT1, and that's why we have Alta Tyler, and I think there's one other. But, so this is expanding that to the sections of the turnpike that are the BT2 zone. So that's really where the focus is. Do you want to allow it along more of the corridor? And with what wording? Make sure the wording's the way you'd want it if you want to add it. Francisco's sharing his screen right now, but we could revisit, we did at the last meeting, where the BT2 zones are and where the rest of the turnpike is. Mostly the BT2 is towards the south end of the turnpike. I don't have I must have a zoning map here somewhere.
Can you see the map on the screen?
Oh, he's got the map. Yeah.
Oh, boy, you
There
would.
are, from this map, there may be one or two areas that has been modified, but they're small.
Now, this is color coded by parcel size, not by zone. But the BT2, if you can see my cursor, is down here. Most of the turnpike is BT1 is probably has more linear foot of turnpike than the BT2. BT2 is primarily in this location
So
here.
that's south of New Park Drive.
Correct. New Park Drive being right here. And there, I think there may be there's a pocket up here as well off of Deming Road.
But the corner was rezoned to BT1.
Right.
and It's only along
Yeah.
Deming Road where the plaza is and the golf,
Correct.
other virtual golf through that series of properties that look like old industrial properties.
I mean, and this would likely bring in from Hawthorne north on that side of the road, and then from where the self-storage is going south on that side of the road is kind of where the BT2 is on both sides there.
I just wanted to clarify that it is a permitted use.
It's, yeah.
It's not proposed to be changed in the BT1 zone, and it's whether or not you want to entertain it and in what manner for the BT2 zone.
I look at these zones as very, very important in the town of Berlin. And that's why I have a little bit inkling of what to go in here. Berlin used to be called the heart of Connecticut because it is dead center of the state. And what Brian said is that the road system is the best part of the road system. You're dead center between New York and Boston. You're but that promotion of the town of Berlin never really happened. Okay. Why we didn't get that, I don't know. And why we stopped using the heart of Connecticut. I think Meriden claimed it, but it's just, I think that it's so concerning to me of what we do on these properties because of that, because of the business that we can attract if we could. And I don't know how we attract it. I mean, Mr. Edge has been doing a good job. But it's not that big, thing that the transportation system in the state of Connecticut promotes, because we're in the middle of 91 and 84. So whatever we do here should promote that. And then when you get there, you get those you get the problems, and you get the 1 acre lots and you get the stuff like that you're dealing with. I just love to see those big businesses come in, but.
And I think to answer your question, part of the reason the southern half of the turnpike never actually grew was the bus never went there. And I think if you look at traditional businesses on the Berlin Turnpike, many of them retail oriented, labor force oftentimes will come by bus. So not having a bus there was one of the main reasons why we didn't see restaurants, we didn't see retail. Could it change? Yes. But I think that's one of the things. And from my perspective, it's trying to find more complementary businesses to the Tyler's, Alta's, Peterbilt's. And I agree. I agree with you.
Yeah.
We do want to get good ones.
It's just that Berlin Turnpike was the quarter for years until 91 came in and killed it. You know, how do we get that back, you know? And, is that through zoning? It could be. But I think it's attracting those, how to attract those bigger dealers. And it's not the malls no more, because malls are going dead.
And I think that, I mean, Alta came because of H.O. Penn and,
Where the
excuse
competition
me,
was.
brain just went completely blank on the name of the other one. Holy mackerel. you
The
just-
farm one that we
Yeah.
have on Christian Lane.
Yep. So, I mean, I think there's definitely an opportunity there to bring in another one of those folks.
Steel wrist.
Steel wrist. Yep. So definitely, I think there is an opportunity, but yes, it is a challenging thing because you don't want somebody slipping through, which again, if you can write, again, excluding X, Y, and Z or whatever it is, it might be a way to at least keep them from looking at it. Because to me, that's the biggest thing at this point is, again, I'd love to see is if people look at some of the uses we're looking to add, both BT1 and BT2, and say, okay, can I buy that, which is something that is less than desirable? I won't say what, but if they're gonna redevelop it into HVAC, plumbing, electrical, or even new heavy equipment dealer, I think it's nice to be able to give people that opportunity, particularly on that southern piece by.
So how do you feel if we address this B22 right there, south of, 9 and between Middletown Road, the B22 down, Hawthorne, stuff like that. Maybe that should be a different zone that tracks different things. That B22, maybe that should be changed, you know, to track stuff that nothing's been to track there. So what can we track down to that BT2 now? These may not work for south in the turnpike and might work here. You know, and I'm all for the business, whatever, but
The guy I've been speaking with, the gentleman who outfits the vehicles for contractors is interested in that section down at the BT2 where we're talking about.
south end.
Yeah. So I mean, and that's one of the reasons why I'm hesitant to get rid of it because it's something I think can make a lot of sense. It's also very complementary to what we already have, being a community of contractors. I mean, Tasky built a big old building for contractors to fix their trucks. So to me, it's a good addition. If, again, can't promise they'll come, but I can try.
Maureen.
It's a question because I think the clean contractors will be attracted down there too. If the other contractors come down, the equipment come down, they wash each other's hands a little bit. Okay, so maybe that's how you do it. I don't know. It's so valuable property. I'm so worried about any change, tell you the truth.
Yeah, right now, I think there's only one lot that's undeveloped, which would be the lot when you're coming north just before you get to Best Western. Beyond that, almost everything else is developed. So it really would need to be a redevelopment, which again, that's going to be a pretty major investment. For instance, Days Inn. Somebody buys a Days Inn, it's 4 acres. That could be a great location for another H.O. Penn, but it would be a major investment. So this isn't going to be some used car guy. It's going to have to be a serious investment. And also,
Investor, yeah.
yeah, no, I mean, but think about it, if somebody like that came in, it would be great because again, as you had said, it'll be very complementary and they can really work with each other to a large degree.
I mean, we're attracting the big investors with the affordable houses or the condos. All right, because those are big investment pieces that they did, the big number 200 units or whatever. Okay, how do we attract those other investors to down there? And here, you know.
Well, I think one of my big things on these is we're bringing workforce to the turnpike, which I think can help with those type contractors. So I will let.
I think the bus.
I'm gonna walk away because I'm.
Well, you're all right. I am too.
He knows how to read you.
It's the mom look.
Should I walk away too?
So,
Diane?
I'd like to,
Yes, Joan.
Yeah, but I'm sorry. I'm not sure what this is gonna be settled out tonight. I mean, I've heard some pretty good arguments on both sides and some good remedies, but I don't know if if we're gonna be able to decide this tonight. And I think it's sort of, it's.
I agree, and we've got
yeah.
a huge agenda this
I
evening.
know, and I'm looking at this agenda and I'm thinking, oh my God.
I think
trying-
Maureen has a comment.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So with related, to, again, focus on the task that's proposed, which is dealing with the proposal that is written and the way, in the manner in which it's written. So with regard to the uses in the BT2 zone, I would encourage you to focus on those being added and whether or not the way they're added is something that you're supporting or not supporting. And with regard specifically to the boats, vehicles and equipment one, we in this room have come up with 2 options for language that's reflective of some of what you've said. Of course, I've also heard you may not want that provision in the BT2 zone. I do want to just, reiterate the sales and service facilities for new boats, vehicles and equipment is in the BT1 zone now and not proposed to be changed with that wording. One of the options is to add that wording verbatim from BT1 to expand it to allow that in the BT2 zones. And perhaps add to it with limited outdoor display and service. So that's and again, these are special permit uses, so they're subject to the special permit review. Another option would be using the language that was written under S that you see in red in your handouts that said, but add the word new in front of boats, vehicle and equipment. Have sales, with limited outdoor display, and then determine if you want to keep that word service. So you can add new if you want, and that does preclude the certified used, and I'll use the current term from cars. I don't know what you do with vehicles and equipment. And I do imagine that many of them do have fairly new equipment that they resale, but one of your contractors in the room may have more information with regard to how you buy equipment, how equipment sales work. So those are options. You can modify what's proposed within reason, not needing to re-notice it. We'll flag it if we feel it's off what's being proposed and needs to be renoticed. So those are 2 options. I would encourage you, because we've been dealing with this for, I think, about 9 months now, between the discussions of the 2 commissions together and then feedback and economic development, handling it. I'd encourage you to flag if there's other uses listed here that are problematic. Again, you're not changing the zones itself. There is no proposal right now to change the zoning. So to eliminate the BT2, make more or less, make a BT2A and a BT2B. That's not part of this proposal. So in order to stay focused on what has been posted as proposed, I encourage that. And I do think getting through the next 2 will be possibly at least the second one, third one, fairly quick. But what can I say? I don't.
So we'll be continuing 1 and 2, right? We'll be continuing the discussion on BT1 and BT2. Right now, we're still discussing BT2. This is public hearing. Is there anybody from the audience or from the public that's online with us that has any comment?
I think they've all gone to bed.
There's still people with us. They're just being quiet.
Ooh.
Okay, so I would entertain a motion to continue BT1 and BT2, so we can move on and accomplish more of this agenda.
So moved.
We have a motion to continue. Is there a second?
I'll second,
Uh,
whoever.
I've already wrote Brian.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? So moved. Okay, so next on the agenda, item 3 under the proposed text amendments. Francisco, if you would like to start discussion on the SPDD.
I'm happy to do that. And as I've described before, the SPDD zone is a zone that's very well intended for to incentivize development at what is sometimes called the Golden Triangle or Hilltop site. The zoning regulations have not productively resulted in successful development of that site. And therefore, it makes sense to revisit the zoning regulations and to amend them to help facilitate desirable development at the site. The zone does occupy about 163 acres. 113 of those are comprised of 12 parcels that are along the Berlin Turnpike. And I can jump ahead to a map of the zone just to orient you. There it is in purple, most of it accessible from the Berlin Turnpike. Some of those parcels may require access from Middletown Road. The changes that we have recommended is very similar to our approach for the BT1 and BT2, which is to allow for a greater range of uses and to reduce some of the permit requirements for those uses as well. So the first recommendation is to amend section 6C2 to change existing special permit uses to a site plan requirement and to add new uses not currently permitted. And so these are the uses that we see right there. And the new uses not currently permitted include mixed-use development, adult and child daycare, assisted living, banquet halls, continuing care, retirement communities, health and fitness clubs, medical or dental labs, research and development facilities, retail establishments and shopping centers, shopping malls, indoor and outdoor recreation facilities, nursery or garden supply store, once again, sales and service for boats, vehicles and equipment, car washes, and restaurants with drive-throughs. We would then create a new section for site plan uses. All uses permitted in the zone are currently permitted only by special permit. And so by allowing many of these uses by site plan, it may expedite the development of those uses. And those uses we have identified as banks and financial services, general business, medical and professional offices, hotels, indoor commercial recreation facilities, restaurants excluding drive-throughs, retail uses including shopping centers, stores and shops for the conduct of personal service business, and schools operated for profit such as studios of dance, photography, etc. So we would now allow a wide range of uses that currently, and here they are up here, that currently require a special permit to be allowed by site plan application. Additionally, we would modify some of the lot standards by reducing the minimum front yard from the current 100-foot setback to 50 feet, reducing the minimum side yard from 100 to 50 feet, changing the minimum rear yard from 100 to 50, reducing that as well, changing the minimum lot width from 400 feet to 200 feet, and increasing the maximum floor area, or FAR, from 1.0 to 1.5, and that's a measure of density. So increasing the density allowed. Additionally, we would slightly modify the way that minimum lot sizes are regulated by changing the stipulation to read as follows. That for lots in the SPDD, which are developed jointly in conformance with the master plan approved by the commission, the minimum lot size shall be 5 acres instead of 10 acres. And the commission may reduce or eliminate the setback requirement. You already have this kind of flexibility built in, but it basically says that the commission may reduce, and there's no guidance as to may reduce based upon what lot size. So here we stipulate 5 acres. We basically cut that in half. But we do continue to require that anything smaller than 10 acres be developed as part of a master plan that is approved by the commission. We would also add definition for a banquet hall and facility, which the zoning regulations don't currently provide for. That's the extent of the recommended amendments. In summary, is to allow additional uses not currently allowed, to reduce the permit requirement of many uses from a special permit to a site plan, and to reduce many of the lot setback and lot size requirements.
I'll just remind you that the next page of this does have the map that shows where the SPDD zone is. There you go. It's everything in purple there. And that's the only SPDD zone that in town.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions, comments? Joan? Oh, go ahead, John.
Joan, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Joan.
No, the only question or comment I would have is about the schooling for painting or similar endeavors. There's some allowance there. And I guess and that was just the back portion of it. Yeah, where is it? Oh, H, under H. Schools, a dance, photography, graphic design, painting, or similar endeavors. And I don't know, I'd like to strike at least the similar endeavors or similar endeavors. I just think of tattoo parlors, and I just don't want it to get through the cracks on that. So I would probably strike that.
So the way that language was adopted was adopted as it was discussed at a public hearing in 2021, date of adoption for that provision under the special permit uses was 12/31, I think it's 12, either 2 or 12/31, 2021. And there was considerable discussion at that time about the similar endeavors. You did then subsequent to that have another discussion about similar endeavors. I'd have to look back at the notes as to, because I think it was proposed in another zone as well. And I'll have to, I can try to find what the discussion was, if anybody doesn't otherwise remember in the room.
I think.
Well,
that
in
the-
21, but then weren't you here? Because Alexa remembers it.
Yeah, but I think, Maureen, that the discussion was about, some people have medical tattoos. In other words, they have permanent eyeliner put on. And some people do the actual lip, permanent, outline on the lip. And I think that that's what it got into, is whether or not it becomes a thing of beauty. I just, and I don't have a problem with that, but I just have a problem with tattoo parlors. I don't know. So I know that we spent some time, because we had some in the center of town, and we spent some time dealing with that. And I just wanted to make sure that we don't allow for it to get back out on the turnpike.
So that was, with regard to tattoo parlors, from the zoning standpoint, based on um, a policy, I would say an interpretation from the Planning and Zoning Commission made probably in the mid-teens, if not before that of the 2000s. The commission determined it was a unique use, and we bring any tattoo parlors to the commission. And that's when you discuss the medical tattoos were brought to you because of that, as well as the tattoo place that relocated to Deming Road in the BT2 zone.
Yeah,
Was relocated from elsewhere in town.
yeah. I mean.
That location, again,
Again.
you
it's
can
just
do,
like-
I
yeah.
just want to remind you of that background.
Yeah, all right, and that's not a problem. It just sort of jumped out as, Francisco was going through it, so I saw it and I made a note to, to make sure I circle back on it, but.
And the reminder I have in the room, if you didn't hear, because I'm not sure, but you may not have, was that the plaza south of Route 9, the Ed Agazarian, when he proposed the language change in that location, that was the most recent discussion with regard to the terminology in
Yeah.
that chunk. It not
Agreed.
necessarily, it wasn't in this section because that's a different zone, but
Yeah.
that's when
agreed.
that terminology was last discussed.
Okay,
It's proposed this way here to keep it consistent. You don't have to be consistent in your terminology from one zone to the other. You don't.
yeah,
But it's something we generally strive for when we propose it at least. And then
Yeah.
you decide one zone or another is inappropriate.
okay,
John?
alrighty, well, that's.
Thank you,
my
Madam.
thought.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Turning, turning back to the area and bulk requirements. One of the statements that Francisco made was that we have the discretion now to reduce setback requirements and increase the footprint of any structure. My concern is we're taking away that discretion, and as of right now, we're allowing these buildings to be on top of each other. I, for whether this is fair or not, or whether it's maybe I'm maybe not appreciating taking away that discretion somehow. Maybe I'm not appreciating that that's a good idea, but I just feel like why leave it to, we're taking away that discretion and making it as of right that the setback requirements are going to be reduced to 50 feet all the way around, lot with 40 feet to 200 feet. What's the incentive of taking that discretion away from the commission? And we can deal with these issues on a case by case basis. And maybe Francisco, that's to you or Maureen.
Yeah, I'm happy to begin with that. So you continue to you continue to maintain discretion to reduce further, so we're not removing that. The purpose of reducing the standards on their face, essentially kind of by right, is to really incentivize redevelopment here and make it very clear that we're going to allow a greater flexibility in the development of the site, and that a developer who's proposing an application can depend upon certain parameters and a certain amount of flexibility, and it doesn't have to gamble on the commission agreeing to reduce or waive a standard. And that's the purpose.
I understand. And Francisco,
yeah.
of course, I understand your point.
Yeah.
My feeling is that's their burden, is to convince the commission that
Right.
it is a good idea, not to, but I understand your point is it's like an advertisement to developers that, hey,
That's
we
correct.
only require 50 feet. They don't have to come here and make their case. They know that's what they're going to get. I err on the side of they need to make their case, but I understand your point being, of course, that it's like an advertisement to come and develop. So, but thank you for clarifying why you think this is important.
I will say what I like is that they will be maintaining the 200-foot setback from residential properties. I think that's big.
That's
So-
correct. And that, we think that's the most critical setback.
And to a point that Maureen made earlier, with respect to consistency from one zone to the next, and the references, I see that, the reference, for the new use allowed for sales and service for boats, vehicles, and equipment, whatever we decide to do with that verbiage, I think we should be consistent with each of the zones. So, this is public hearing. Does anybody in the audience have any questions regarding the proposed text amendments for the SPDD zone? Mr. Exarian?
Ed Agazarian, 1183 Worthington Ridge. In the past, I've addressed this commission as vice chairman of EDC. Tonight, I'd like to use the expression of or being a landowner on the Turnpike, 1400 Berlin Turnpike, Ridgeway Plaza. This is a property I bought 40 years ago. I was committed to the Berlin Turnpike. Now, the reason why I'm up here tonight, express my feelings about letting the commission know that this parcel is the catalyst for the Turnpike. We've been working on the reputation of the Turnpike. I think every one of you has been living here for a long time. You know what has transpired there, how it went to seed during the 70s, and what type of uses were there that are not there today. So we want to upgrade. We want to create the demand. We want to have the point that when you say my business is located on the Berlin Turnpike, you're going to say, oh, all right, like the reputation Newington has. Berlin's not there yet, but we're making that corner almost there by allowing these uses and these changes and it's not the Golden Triangle. Let's not use that term, okay? It's been sitting at that zoning regulations for the last 35 years plus. It's been ignored. The zoning regulations actually make that property worthless. By addressing the uses that we have today that are in writing is something that will be quite beneficial for the Turnpike as far as development, but the tax advantage to the town is going to be great. Okay, but think reputation. Okay, what has transpired there and what the Turnpike actually could be. You have well over 30,000 cars there a day. What advantage are we getting from that traffic? All right, they're just coming through. Do you want to explain to one of your friends where you live and it's off the Berlin Turnpike, and what are they going to think right away? Ah, the Berlin Turnpike. Oh, I'm going to go from the ghetto over to your house. What type of neighborhood do you live in? Let's bring up the reputation of that Turnpike. Let's utilize it. And let's think about what Tim said before. All right. That is something that could be developed to our advantage that we could be proud of. So I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you.
Mr. Edge?
No, I just wanted to come up and just express my appreciation for the consideration in this area. I know I've talked to a handful of different people, and I think it has largely gone off the commercial development map for probably the good last 20, 25 years. People have sort of forgotten about it. The good news is with some of these new uses, I think it's a great opportunity. And talking to people, it is a regional draw. This isn't just a Berlin site. This is because of its proximity to 91. And I think there's great opportunity. So I appreciate the openness of this commission to look at it, because I really think there's some great opportunity. And again, I think we all know that someone's gonna have to come in and do a lot of work on it, but if so, it can become something really special for the town for the long term. So I just wanted to say, I appreciate it because I know this is something that's been there for a while and hopefully some of these uses can get some interest and some activity. So I just want to say thank you.
Thank you. I think, to Mr. Agazarian's comment about the commission, most of us being in town for a long period of time, I'm one of those, and I honestly was never really under the impression that there was serious interest to develop that area. My impression was always that it was sort of being protected from being developed. And so whether that's true or not, it's not obvious to me as a citizen of the town that the people that own the properties there have actively been looking to sell or develop those areas. So, I'm anxious, I'm excited about the possibility of opening the zone up for exciting uses and new development to help build the town. So that's just my thought as we're considering this. So this is a public hearing. If anybody has any comments from the public, anybody online? Okay, commissioners, any other comments, questions?
Just a comment with your history. This is a piece of property that's been on the radar since day one. But it has had proposals over the years, and I think it was protected, okay, by political, okay? It was a big football stadium, go there. Oh, that was a huge thing that would have helped the economy of Berlin. Walmart, instead of being down in Cromwell, was supposed to be there. Other developments like that, it was protected. Because it can't, those people came in and were told no. Simple. And it's a great site, like the highway system and everything else. Like I said, it's a dead center of the state. I could see so many uses, and I don't know if we got all the uses that could be, listed. Because I think there's a lot of uses that could be there. My question is, does it mean another 200 unit condo development? I don't think so. But that's in the proposal here. So I got questions because this is a real important piece of property. And over the years, like you said, it has been stay away. Don't look at it. There's one key piece of property within that property. And it's, let's see, but it was political. Okay. And it's just, I think this needs a lot more studying, this piece. I noticed a hard place development with the rock and wetlands down the other end, and there's a lot of issues with it. But I think that attraction to larger development is still there because of the location. That's it.
Agree.
Oh, here he comes.
Diane?
Just a minute, Joan, Mr. Edge is at the podium.
No,
Oh,
I was just gonna say, I agree. There's no way for us to hit all of the uses. I think once the real estate development community understands we've added uses that are viable, that they can go out and actually bring people to, I think the opportunity of people looking at maybe things we don't have listed will come to the table. So I think it's really, in my mind, it's opening door with things we think can work and more will come. So I think that, yes, I would agree with you. But this is a good, excuse me, a good starting point. So yes, I would agree with you.
Thank you. Joan?
I'm sorry, I was just going to say that if there were no other comments or whatever about this section, I'd like to actually continue it so I can think about everything that's been said today and to take it in to actually just review it one more time.
Yep, so I was going to suggest to the commission that we continue so we can move on with the agenda.
Hey, I can make a motion to continue, Madam Chair.
I like that idea.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to continue this item. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So moved.
Aye.
I gotta go then. Give me one.
Okay, we're going to move on to the next item on the agenda. Francisco, would you like to introduce us to the proposed amendment for CCD 2?
I'm happy to. I think by that you mean the SPDD 2 and the SPDD overlay, correct?
No, the next item on our agenda is item 4 is the CCD 2 Kensington Village overlay.
Okay, all right.
They got listed out of order on the agenda, or in that order on the agenda.
Okay, very well.
More.
If you think it's more consistent, we can ask for reordering, but why? I think at this point, why bother?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, that's fine. We can come back to the SPDD conversation as time allows. Kensington Center is something we have talked about at length in the past, in prior discussions about the zoning work and in development of the POCD too, the POCD as well. And let me go ahead to the map. And just to be clear, what we're talking about the area around your train station, along Farmington Avenue and Kensington Road in that area. And that area is home to Kensington Village District and CCD2 regulations, and often referred to as Village Core Area 1 and Village Core Area 2, which are sub areas of that zone. The zone is intended to allow for development that benefits from the location of the train station and in the form of mixed-use development, both residential and commercial, and sometimes within the same structure or on the same property. We have recommended some minor changes to better facilitate development in that area that is consistent with the purpose of the zone. And in the gray box here is the purpose statement of the zone, and then that's to promote the development of transit-oriented, pedestrian-friendly village environment, help create an attractive, inviting pedestrian environment, encourage mixed-use development, provide a variety of housing types, help preserve, restore, and enhance the overall village character and feeling, and ensure high quality site planning, architecture, and landscape design. And I think we all agree that that's what is desirable for this area, and that's what we want to achieve. What we have recommended are making some very minor changes to better facilitate exactly that type of development in this area. One of the primary constraints in the core area 2, which comprises the largest share of the zone, and that's the area in the gray hash, versus core area 1, which is the area in the yellow hash, is that core area 2 is significantly limited in residential density. And it's limited in 2 ways. First of all, the density is tied to a minimum acre requirement and with no pro rata allowed, meaning you have to have a full acre before you can build residential, and you have to have increments of full acres in order to build more residential. So currently, residential development is limited to 6 dwelling units per acre. And what we've recommended is increasing that limit to 12 units per acre if affordable housing is permitted. Currently, you allow for the density to go up to 7 units per acre, provided 20% of the units are deed restricted as affordable. So we're proposing changing that limit of 7 to 12. Now that density is still about half the density that's allowed in core area 1, which if I recall correctly, I think is 26 units per acre. Additionally, we recommend removing the restriction on the prorating of units per acre, simply by eliminating references to whole acre and eliminating the no prorate of acreage. And that would allow for the density to be linked to the exact size of the lot on a more incremental basis. The way, as written, the way that language currently works is that you allow 7 units per acre. You have to have a full acre in order to build any units at all. And then you cannot go above 7 units per acre until you have 2 acres. So if you have 1.99 acres, you're limited at 7 because of the wording. So we recommend changing that so that if you had 1.99 acres, you could build out a proportional amount. And if the limit is currently 7 and you're limited to that, then you then be able to build 13 units, or maybe the commission agrees that you could round up to 14. Regardless, we also recommend changing that density limit to 12 if affordable housing is provided. So that means a 1 acre lot could have 12 units per acre, provided 20% is affordable. And then a 2 acre lot would then be able to have 24. And if it's a 1.5 acre lot, it could have 18 units per acre. That's the extent of the changes we're recommending. We're not recommending changing any uses or any lot standards. It's really, this is just about density, residential development density. Many of these parcels in the zone are very small. They're an acre or less. And so allowing residential development tied to the exact size of the parcel and sensitive to the size of the parcel will provide much more flexibility to accommodate the exact type of development that the purpose statement and the purpose of the zone is intended to support and accommodate. So that's the extent of the recommendations, and I'm happy to turn it back to you.
So, I guess I'll start. One of my things about this is I was actually headed home a while back and I was coming down 9. There's dead stop traffic on 9. So I got off saying, hey, it'll be a lot quicker to cut down Farmington Avenue. You know, it was like 4 or 5 o'clock. And I got off the highway to hit dead stop traffic on Farmington Avenue. That's where my big concern. I think this might be something we want to put on the back burner because even we haven't even finished the project. The
Lovely development.
yes, I'm sorry, the Newport Lovely development. They're still got to build those 2 towers. I just, at this point, I don't know if Farmington Avenue can handle any more density. I mean, the traffic is getting, especially during the rush hour times of like 4 to 5 early morning hours. It's becoming dreadful to the point where I do my best to avoid Farmington Avenue.
Thank you, Brian.
Yes,
Uh,
I agree.
Steve, do you have other comments, Steve?
No, I agree with Brian 100% on that.
Thank you. John?
Just one comment. I agree with Brian and by extension, Steve Biella. But I will say that this idea of prorating has been explained to me a couple of times, and I'm just not in favor of it. I just feel like, also given reducing the setbacks to, making reducing our discretion, these are traditional concepts, of zoning, and we just seem to be upending them. And I really need to keep an open mind. I assure you I will, but this is just hitting a brick wall for me. I hear things like this.
If I may respond to that, we have not proposed changing any setbacks to this zone.
I'm sorry, I understand, Francisco. I'm talking about for
Yeah,
the
I
B2.
just want to be clear. Yep.
No, you're correct. Thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah.
That is true. I'm just sort of piggybacking on my concerns about the B2.
Right.
Thank you.
Tim, any questions, comments?
Yeah, I'm very, very skeptical on this, proposal. And I see this overlapping somewhat of what we have. And I gotta look at the structures that are there right now, what's there. And a flood zone in that area with the river. That opens up a lot of the lots. You know, I just question it, so I need to study this one more than I thought I did.
Okay. Joan, I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that Brian, expressed my thoughts exactly. I really see a problem with the traffic on the Farmington Avenue as it exists right now. I do know for a fact that people like to hop off of 72 because it's always backed up going through New Britain. So they figure, well, we're gonna get off on Mill Street. We're gonna come through Farmington Avenue and make our way to New Britain and Southington that way. So they use it as the back road to avoid it. And we have a lot of curb cuts on Farmington Avenue, and we've been picking up a lot of bad accidents lately. And I just think that we have to be careful on this one. We have not had it fully built out, and I'm not sure how much more pressure that road can take. But those are my sentiments. So I'll echo what the others have said. I think, I'm Madam Chair, I think that I'm gonna take another look at this and try to figure it out. But I'm willing to say that we could continue this item as well, if there's no feedback from the public.
There will be. Mr. Edge is at the podium.
I was
Okay.
just going to say, someone like myself and others, we can come up with a way to do quite a bit. It's the question of the will, I think, at the moment, and completely understandable. It is not the will to go in this direction, which I completely understand. I would just ask the commission be open-minded. If we have someone that comes in with a project at a particular property, that we maybe could reconsider this. I think as an entire area, it is probably a little intimidating when you think about units. I'm looking at something, for instance, the Webster Bank building. Sooner or later, someone else is going to own it. Webster Bank doesn't want to be in the real estate business. They don't need to be in as much as they're in. It'd be a nice opportunity that redeveloped in some way. That would be, again, a great restaurant or something else. I don't know if 12 is a number or not, but I just ask that you just, again, appreciate the thoughts on it. Keep it open mind as we move forward. No promises one way or another, but I just kind of put that out there because we will see the transitions, and I appreciate the commission's at least consideration and definitely understand the concerns. It is quite all right. I understand it
Thank you.
completely because it is you're right. We still have 52 more units going in, and it'd be nice to see what happens with those without taking more steps.
Thank you. Thanks. Tim?
Yes, I think I'm agreeing with Chris more than I thought I normally would. I do not discourage any developer to come in and say, here's my idea. Okay. Look at it. Do you think this is okay for this area? I don't have any problem with that. They come in and want a zone change at any time, bring it in with their plan. That's been done many, many times over the years. I see parcels in here that I could probably see that it'd be halfway decent. Okay. But, you know, the triangle. Dairy Queen Triangle. Okay. I've seen proposals on that property over the years. And good proposals. One that I personally brought in, but it's can be developed very nicely. You know, and please encourage any developers to come in and say, hey, this is what we want to do to your downtown. Okay, that's where we're mostly afraid of. What are we gonna do with our downtown, even though we don't have a downtown? That's downtown Kensington, not Berlin.
After 10 years doing this, I can say the one thing I am not is bashful coming to this commission. So I definitely will keep it in mind. And I appreciate at least the consideration to this point, because you could have said absolutely not to even talk about it. So it got to this point, which I think is important. And your feedback is also important too, as I talk to people, because when people are coming in, they're going to be coming to this commission. So I do appreciate that as well. And it is not the time. I understand it. And I'm excited to get to the end of this steel project myself. So.
I guess, my comment on this is that, I have an appreciation for, the development that has been ongoing, with the Newport project. And, I think it's done a great deal to enhance, other businesses in the area. It is very attractive, and, no matter what, business is still going to continue to come in. We are going to see other projects like that, or, you know, new projects coming in. I'm open to considering this too. My first thought, for Francisco, is that, with respect to affordability units, I don't know why we would settle for just 20%. I would prefer to go higher, either 25 or 30%. If we don't ask, we're not going to get it. So, if we do move forward with this, I'd like to see that increased. So, we are, in public hearing. Are there members from the public, either online or in the audience, that have any comments on the CCD2 proposed amendments? Okay, I would enter a motion to I would entertain a motion to continue, this item.
So moved.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion on continuing? Those in favor? Aye. Okay.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved. Okay. Next on the discussion for zoning amendments is the SPDD and SPDD2 overlay. Francisco, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I jumped ahead earlier to this
That's
item.
okay.
This is easy. We are simply talking about removing ineffectual overlays that unnecessarily complicate your zoning regulations. And we are talking about two separate overlays, the SPDD and the SPDD2 that were created for very similar purposes. I'll go back to the map and show you. The SPDD2 is an overlay of the BT1 and BT2. It is shown in the black outline on the west side of the Berlin Turnpike, opposite the SPDD that we spoke about earlier. The SPDD overlay, which was the first overlay, which is why the other one is called 2, because it came after. It covers properties on the south side of the SPDD, most of which front Middletown Road, also most of which are either occupied by residential development or entirely inundated by wetlands. Original intention, as I understand it, of the overlays was to help support and facilitate development across the street from the SPDD if the SPD were substantially redeveloped and there were development interest in jumping across the road with similar type of development. These regulations have proven to be completely ineffective, and they serve no functional purpose. As we understand it, the community along Middletown Road is really not interested in seeing that road used for anything other than residential purposes. As it is, most of the properties are wetlands, as I had noted. And then on the Berlin Turnpike itself, on the west side, we've already discussed and proposed improvements to both the BT1 and the BT2 that would better support development and redevelopment on that side of the road. And an overlay won't be an effective mechanism to better support that type of development. So this is really a matter of cleaning up your zoning regulations to get rid of unnecessarily complicated regulations that really only serve to confuse people as to what's allowed and what sort of regulations are applicable to their property in this area. So removal would simply mean removing all those sections of the regulations, and we've identified exactly which sections, removing the text from the zoning regulations document and removing the overlays from the official zoning map.
Thank you.
If I may, just
Please,
for
Maureen.
the record, Francisco, can you scroll back to the map?
Yes.
So just to remind you, this is a snapshot from before some recent rezonings along the westerly side of the highway. And right where the word BT2 as the underlying zone is, the 5 lots right underneath that have been rezoned to SPDD2 with the underlying BT1. Balance of that section remains BT2. And I just wanted that on the record and in the recording and everything else.
Thank you.
And I will remind you also of the testimony that Francisco referenced in part was that you had a rezoning of a section along the corner of Middletown Road and the Berlin Turnpike, and proposal for the properties over there that do fall within the overlay, right at that corner. And it was just had substantial public input to maintain that, that corridor as residential as he stated, but that's a reference to some of that testimony, and that is ultimately withdrawn in that instance. Whether you'll see anything else again, we could have no way of knowing, but that's where that comes from, as well as others that we've heard over the years.
Okay. Commissioners, any comments or questions? Everybody's pooping out. Anybody, Joan or Steve Biella, do you have any comments, thoughts, questions?
I'm
No
sorry.
comments
No
at this time.
I don't
Okay.
have a comment. It's,
Okay, we are in public hearing. Anybody that wishes to comment on the proposed amendments for SPDD overlay or SPDD2 overlay, now's your opportunity to ask questions or share your thoughts. Okay. I think we can entertain a motion to continue this.
I will make
I
the
will
mo-
make a motion. Sorry. Go ahead, whatever. I'll do a second then.
Okay, you have the second, Joan.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to continue this item. Is there any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So moved.
Yay.
Now we're cranking. Okay. Thank you, Francisco, and I guess we'll see you at the next meeting.
So
All
for
right, thank you for your time, everyone. Good night.
clarification, the next meeting is on April 3rd, and I just want to make sure that that's how they've been continued. Each one of them should have caught it earlier, caught it now.
For the continuation
For the
date,
Continuation date, the next meeting is April 3rd, 2025.
okay, so,
Set of text amendments to continue.
yes,
that
so
meeting by
all of, for clarification, anybody from the public that's interested in the proposed text amendments for the various zones that we've been discussing, all of those items have been continued to April 3rd. Okay, next on the agenda, request of Michael Reiner Esquire for Kokomo Brothers LLC for a modification of the stipulated judgment Superior Court Judicial District of New Britain to allow an extension of the time frame for completion of site plan improvements as shown on the unified plan approved June 3rd, 2021 for properties at 873 Farmington Avenue of Kokomo Brothers LLC and 873 Farmington Avenue of Newport Realty Group LLC in the CC2 zone, Kensington Village Overlay Core Area 1.
So,
You might say what I think.
so the stipulation calls the approved plan to be completed within 5 years, which is, so stipulation was approved in 2020. However, the plan was approved in 2021. When we first started discussing that, we were thinking it had to be completed in 5 years from 2020. When we dug into the review, the 5 years is from 2021. So they do have until 2026 to complete project. And permits are pending and are being in the process of being reviewed for issuance for the construction to begin at 873 Farmington Avenue, the Kokomo property. With the mutual site improvements that affect both properties, 861, 873, and actually they also affect the parking, an easement onto 55 Steel. So it's all three properties are involved. Those permits with a year out likely to, and they're in review process now and will be inevitably issued. It is unlikely, however, despite finding they had the extra year, that that all improvements will be completed. So we decided to pursue the extension at this time, regardless. And so with Newport's agreement, Kokomo's asking to extend for what they initially proposed, which was up to 2028, so for 2 years. I do believe that Kokomo is available for comments. However, what we've been in the staff discussion, staff council, et cetera, discussions, all the parties, is that likely will be completed within 18 months to 2 years, not full 3 years. At the same time, it is a time period. But it includes the shared improvements. Tim seems to want to say something pretty quick. Do you want to interrupt? and say
No, I
something?
don't want to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Okay. We would note that Newport has requested that milestones be worked in to an extension. And as I understand it, in part, so the disruption to the site and the shared improvements are completed so that there's the less length of time and disruption of the businesses that are on site and already operating. there may be limits as to what can be amended with regard to those, any milestones and other items that I'll let council really give more information on, but without that extension having to be subject to another public comment session, going back to court for another public comment there as well. And so that there may be limits there. We do have, well, you want to?
I'll just jump in. Yeah, that's fine. Sure. So there's been some back and forth really just the past, I guess, couple of days about the introduction of milestones. So what we did was we got on a Zoom Zoom meeting, if you will, with all the parties in council for the Kokomo Brothers, and Tony Valenti, who I see is actually online tonight, participated in that on behalf of Newport. But, and it was discussed at that point, you know, should there be milestones and so forth. So moving forward to this week, more specific details about that have been discussed. I think we do just kind of want to get a sense tonight that the commission is amendable to, you know, granting that extension. We do need to the extent that anything is modified as far as the terms and conditions of the stipulation are concerned, it needs to be done in writing. And Attorney Reiner and I and potentially counsel for Newport have to have a discussion about filing a motion to open the stipulated judgment and modifying its terms, whether or not it's necessary based upon the milestones that may be included. So we did want to introduce this to you tonight. Obviously, it was placed on your agenda. But I think what we'll do is we'll work towards, you know, just reaching agreement between all the parties as far as the milestones that you know, they think that are important to have, and then we'll just bring it back to you on April 3rd. Council and I will determine before then whether or not we feel that we need to modify the stipulated judgment, depending on what those terms might be. And we can publish a notice next week with regard to that, so that way it's coming back to you just once. So we just have to tidy up, I think, in my opinion.
I do want to comment for the benefit of both Newport and Kokomo Brothers that Newport in particular, I had told them that I was going to distribute the milestones that they were thinking would be, you know, proposed. I think we want to work with council and on the validity and ability to include some of those factors before that gets distributed. So I wanted to correct my email to him that I said, you know, I plan to distribute it unless there's an opposition to not distributing it. I'm not going to, as well as the sequencing. I also got an email from Mr. Kokomo with regard to the sequencing, which is basically his term for milestones. And we'd just like to tidy it up, get those conversations happening along with what is required within the legal parameters of what can be proposed to the commission to opine on.
So, yeah, so some of the terms, and I don't know how much, because it's going back some years now, how much you remember about the stipulated judgment, but some of the terms really deal with the interaction between the parties as far as selection of contractors and so on and so forth. You know, it's appropriate that they have an agreement between the two of them if they want to change that, as opposed to you imposing, you know, what you think might need to be done, or, you know, based upon recommendation of staff or council, right? So, yeah, and then, you know, we'll work it out. We need a little bit of time. It's not particularly complex, in my opinion, but, you know, we got to get it done. Thank you.
I just have one question, and maybe it's too early, but if milestones are established but not met, what's the repercussion?
Violated stipulated judgment.
you know, exactly. So, that's part of what needs to be talked about. You know, what will happen? Is there anything, you know, that they want to agree to? So there hasn't been another meeting, including everyone. I think that needs to take place, as soon as possible. And, you know, we'll get you a document to look at. Okay.
I got a question. This is stipulated judgment from Superior Court. Unified Plan, June 3rd, 21. 5 years, 26. Plans are pulled right now. What's the problem of hitting the 20?
Tim, I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I thought it was.
No, I can't. I lost you.
The stipulated judgment that was approved was June 3rd, 21. Okay, you got 5 years to build. That's 26. June 3rd, 26.
Yeah.
Today's March 25. Pull the plans, build it before the June 3rd, 26. Done with it. Well, why would we try to change things to the judge?
There's no way you're gonna meet that timeline.
They can't build in a year? It's not a big, build, not Newport. The 873, okay, that's not a big project left to do. It's not a big project. He could complete that project in a year.
Listen, I think that's the hope. It's going to be done within a year to 18 months. You know, they just want that additional year cushion. And, you know, well, it turns out to be 18 months cushion, but, you know, that's the request. Again, it's going to come back. We're going to see, you know, what the actual dates are. We'll get them there. Okay?
If he needs
So-
2 more months from June 3rd, come back to us. We'll give you 2 more months to complete. Whatever. I mean, I'm not gonna go against the judge. You know,
It's not going against, yeah, it's not going against, you mean the judgment. It's not going against the judgment. The judgment allows for modification. So again, let us just do what we do.
done it too many times.
The stipulation does have in it that an extension is allowed for if the commission allows it. You know, it had that language in there. You'll be reminded that any site plan in general, this is not subject to your regular site plan statutory, you know, ability to get extensions, but, you know, site plans generally have extension periods. And so in the stipulation, there was, if it needs to be extended, they could ask the commission. We didn't pull it once we rectified the date from 20 to 21 being the date that it got approved, because we thought 12 months is, or 14 months is pretty tight from the time he gets this permit to actually finishing it. It's very likely he'll need that little bit extra time if the commission decides after we've done our thing and you have more information for you that, you know, that's up to that time,
So
to the commission.
what I had heard was we would have to open the judgment and modify the stipulation. Now, because is it that, or is it the stipulation already allows for the commission to grant an extension?
So it does say that in the stipulation. There's some other things going on. So again, based upon that, Attorney Reiner indicated in the Zoom, he thought we needed to open it. I don't disagree with that. Ultimately, there's some open issues here. So we need to know where we're going in terms of determining exactly what we need to do. So,
So we're not asked to act on this tonight.
no.
All right.
No, we're not asking you to act on it tonight. We just wanted to give you an update.
We're not.
Or not.
Definitely not.
No, we're not.
Thank you. So Joan, you have your hand up?
Uh, excuse me, yeah. I was just gonna say, I'm not feeling all warm and fuzzy about giving an extension that would take him out to, what is it, 2028? I think his history with the commission has proven that if you give him to 2028, he will be back and want till 2030. So I think that we have to be very careful how we proceed. You know, obviously give some thought to see how much leeway we want to give him. But I think if we're looking for a resolve and having his commitment fulfilled, we may have to keep him on a short leash. But that's my feeling about it, but that goes back with a lot of history with Mr. Kokomo, so. I know we're not gonna decide this, and I'm gonna keep an open mind, but just saying.
Are we going to expect Attorney Kokomo and or his attorney to come in to defend the need for an extension? Because I'm sorry, it's his attorney, not Mr. Kokomo or his attorney will come in here. I would like to see him defend this extension.
So they are present, I believe, online.
So I thought that Mr. Kokomo was on earlier. It doesn't appear that he is any longer. No.
He was having a connection problem when the meeting first started. He had emailed me, but he was at a site. He did not re-email me. So,
But
but
the
that was just as our meeting began.
the commission's desire with regard to that will be expressed to council, sure.
5 years is a long leash.
Okay, let's move on, I think.
Okay.
You need a motion on that?
Need a motion.
I will make the motion to continue until April 3rd.
I'll
We
second
have a
that.
motion. Joan seconded.
Yes, I'll second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second to continue to April 3rd. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Steve? Biella?
I know he's here.
Steve,
I'm
did you-
here.
Thank
I'm
you.
here.
Did you vote?
Aye.
Thank you.
Oh, jeez.
I thought he was only seated for the last.
Steve,
item.
put your picture
I
on
never
so we can
reseated
see
Mike.
you.
Oh, I thought it was for that item. Okay, sorry.
Boy, we're gonna have a fun meeting on April 3rd.
Oh, yes.
Just like we are tonight.
Yeah, can't wait. Yep,
I
yep.
never expected tonight to be this long.
Hoo-hoo.
Okay,
What's up
let's
next?
keep moving. We're actually doing pretty well, I think. So let's keep moving. Next on the agenda, request of Peter Diadio, BT 2008 LLC, to allow phase certificates of occupancy with related bonding for individual residential structures in Phase 2, 414 Berlin Turnpike of the mixed-use development approved May 20th, 2021 for 404 Berlin Turnpike. Welcome.
It's very simple.
Good evening.
How are you?
A little tired, but
Go to bed.
we're here. Good evening. For the record, I'm Peter Alter. I'm a lawyer. I practice law in Glastonbury. Owner of Alter, Pearson and Hope. Mr. Diadio, the owner and developer of the project on the Berlin Turnpike, is here along with Scott Hesketh, who's our traffic engineer. Mr. Diadio has provided sort of a visual update of where the project stands if you haven't had a chance to get out to the Berlin Turnpike to see how it's progressing. Photos are obviously taken pretty recently within the last few days, Peter, correct? And we'll skip over the map for a minute because we're going to come back to that to discuss it in more length. But the first building that is most fully constructed at the present time is the building shown on the plan as building 5. So that's the one that is furthest along. And we've given you also pictures of building 1 which is the building directly opposite it on what we call Main Street. Those are the two buildings that are most fully completed, and then along with an additional picture of Main Street as it looks from the Berlin Turnpike, and the construction of the clubhouse amenity building, which next to building one has been obviously closed in, roofed, windows are in, and construction is progressing. You can see both the front of the building as it will face Main Street and the rear of the building that will face out towards the rest of the amenities. And then finally, the last two photos are the completed convenience store and gas station that is not shown on this particular plan. It's further down on the site. But that building has been completed, is occupied, and doing well in its business enterprise. So we're pleased with that. The question that came up with town staff was the manner in which COs will be issued for the residential buildings as they're completed. It's our expectation that as a building is completed and meets the standards for CO to be issued, that building will receive its CO and it can be occupied. I don't think anybody anticipated or thought that all 5 buildings would be built and none would be occupied until they were all built. That is not practical. It's also not the way banks lend money. But I think it was appropriate for town staff to make sure that that was the understanding and anticipation of the commission in terms of how the matter would progress. Maureen was kind enough to give us a list of the questions she thought we should be ready to answer this evening. We anticipated some of that by having some photographs to show you the status of the development at this moment. Each of these buildings takes about 15 months to construct. Peter is trying to do them opposite each other at the same time. You can see that building 5 is out a bit ahead of building 1. He intends to move back into the property and construct the buildings with probably the furthest building being the last one that will come online. One of the questions that town staff had was if a CO is issued for building 5, which is anticipated to be sometime in the next 60 days or so, that it'll be ready for a CO. How will construction traffic be managed? Keep it away from the residents, and how will residents be protected from construction activities? We've provided a plan that shows a 6-foot construction fence that will completely separate the completed portion of the project from the construction elements of the project. We have a construction pathway for construction vehicles to access the rest of the site without being involved with the parking or activities within the buildings as they're completed. The idea is that we will continue to advance that safety mechanism as buildings are completed, so that there will be an envelope to protect the residents from the ongoing construction. And it's that plan that we've presented as the first document in the handout that Peter has provided. It's 6-foot construction fencing with the heavy weights at the bottom so that it's not readily movable by anyone. It's very secure. There's actually a picture of the fencing at the photograph that shows the view from the Berlin Turnpike towards the 2 buildings that are currently under construction. It's the typical 6-foot chain link fence that you see at most construction sites. And that's what is intended to be used at this site to provide the kind of separation that we agree with town staff needs to be in place. She asked about access to trash dumpsters for residents. And I don't expect anybody to remember this because I barely remember it, but these buildings, when we showed you the floor plans, every building has a trash chute and a trash room at the bottom with a fire door. The residents don't take their individual trash to the dumpster. Staff that is going to manage this property is responsible for that movement from the building to the dumpsters. And so we have less concern about a lot of pedestrian traffic heading to the dumpsters. We have a dumpster site already identified in the corner nearest building 5. It would be that dumpster that would be utilized by this building while the rest of the construction continues. We have other dumpsters strategically located along the properties so that each one can be serviced, but for the CO to be issued for building 5, the dumpster that is immediately adjacent to it would be included within that bubble for building 5. The sequence of construction, building 5 will be done first, building 1 should be done next. The construction of the amenity building will continue while building 1 is being developed. And then the next building that will be done is building 4 here, so that this envelope can be moved back to the edge of building 4. We know you're concerned about parking. Every building has 1.5 spaces per unit. So that's 60, there are 40 units in each building. We have 60 spaces attributed to each property, and we have 60 spaces, actually 63 spaces identified, for example, for building 5. We have the same opportunity for building 1, and as we move forward, every building will have the proper number of spaces attributed to it as we progress, so that in the development of the site, we never have a situation where we don't have the appropriate parking for the building that we're asking to have a certificate of occupancy for. Because of the time of year, it is very likely, for example, that the landscaping won't be done when we ask for a CO. It's my experience, and I think it's this town's experience, that in those situations, you require a bond to be posted to ensure that that work will be completed, and we don't have a problem with that. We don't know exactly what we won't have done. Depends on the weather and when asphalt plants open and when we can contract for that work. But any work that's undone on site improvements would be bonded. We would post a cash bond for the improvements to be completed. When we get to the point where we're asking for a CO, then we would work with town staff to identify what's not done and how soon it will be done, and what an appropriate bond amount is to ensure that it will be done. And Mr. Diadio has done developments like this before and posted bonds for landscaping or additional work that needs to be done but can't be done because of either the season or the weather. So we're comfortable with that as well. We have been in communication with both the building official and the fire marshal. We had an email from Mr. Van Linter today. I don't know if you don't seem to be copied on these, Maureen.
Probably not.
So we're happy to share it, but Mr. Van Linter had been out to the site and identified some matters that he wanted corrected. They've all been corrected. His latest email to Mr. Diadio and a number of other people was thank you for the information as well as the attention to this safety concern. The efforts on your behalf since the issue was raised have been reactive, effective, and appreciated. We would like to be kept in the loop with the third party from Goggin as their reports, if possible. Thanks again for your cooperation. What Mr. Van Linter is referring to is that Mr. Diadio, after Mr. Van Linter made his first inspection, Mr. Diadio wasn't satisfied with the work that his on-site management team was doing in terms of safety. So he's retained a third-party safety consultant who will inspect the property on a regular basis and then provide Mr. Diadio with reports as to any matters that are deficient. He got the first report from the Goggin Safety Company is who he retained. It's a pretty substantial report, 29 pages. It identifies some items that were raised by building official and the fire marshal and many other things that Mr. Diadio really already had in place, but has now been confirmed by the safety contractor. So we're going to be able to provide Mr. Van Linter with a copy of this every time we get one. And obviously, we're happy to provide Maureen as well. As indicated by Mr. Van Linter and as indicated by what Mr. Diadio is doing, he's been very proactive in terms of being responsive to concerns as they arise. This is obviously a significant project. It's 200 units. It's a 100-room hotel. It's an additional retail building. The store is finished and operating with its gas component, and the rest of the use in that site, which is a coffee shop, is opening within the next few weeks. So it is advancing at a good rate, we think, but it's a big undertaking for anybody. It's a significant project, even for Mr. Diadio, who's built some pretty significant things in my experience. I'm going to have Scott Hesketh come up. The last question that Maureen had was regarding the state of Connecticut, DOT, OSTA, and traffic, and certainly Scott is an expert in those matters and will address those. I have one other item that I want to mention for you to consider. We have probably 60 days till we're ready for a CO. There isn't sort of a hanging chad that we have from the original approval, as you may all recall, maybe, that we had a commitment to dedicate 19 or 20 acres to open space. And the argument was whether it should go to the town because it's adjacent to other town-owned property, or whether the land trust would take it. And we need someone to tell us who gets it. It's fine with us.
So
Here who gets
our-
it. We got to give it to somebody.
if I can opine on that first, I'll jump in on other matters for later, but that was one of the things I wanted to confirm with the commission. It's in discussions with Mr. Diadio without diving completely into the record. I did superficially some time ago, but it was both his and staff's recollection that the land trust had agreed to take it and that the commission leaned towards the land trust taking it at the time. But we did want the confirmation of that before that whether or not that was the case. And again, Mr. Diadio or Attorney Alter may have more definitive information on how exactly the discussion with the land trust was, but I do believe they had provided a letter that said they were willing to take it, that you presented during the public hearings for the project. And so that was a discussion, but it wasn't specifically laid out in the approval. So we wanted to confirm that prior to us accepting any documents and determining whether it needs to go to council or whether the land trust will be getting that. And Yeah, that's with regard to that. It would not, the recipient would not affect any of the site plan requirements for the trails. You'll recall there are walking trails that are supposed to be installed, the access to the walking trails. The parking spaces have already been secured on the southerly site where the gas station is. There's already a parking area designated there for public access to the trails. They haven't created the linkage to those trails or building those trails yet, because they'll also circle back, and on the plan there, you can actually see them on that plan as the little dotted line underneath the stripes, are, links back also to the residential area. So again, to secure the site while it's under construction, we really aren't in favor of opening up any public access until later in the game anyway. But who receives it won't affect the fact that that portion has trails, and that's being retained by you, right?
Trails.
On your site. Correct. And so that's not what's affected. It's more the wilderness area, I'll call it. It's not wilderness, but undisturbed.
Good evening. For the record, Scott Hesketh, F.A. Hesketh and Associates, East Granby, Connecticut, for the traffic consultant for Mr. Diadio. I think Mr. Alter has answered most of the questions from the email. There's one question in regards to certificates of occupancy and how it relates to the Office of the State Traffic Administration approvals. Currently, we have an OSTA certificate for the entire site, which is the 5 residential buildings, the hotel, the retail building, and the convenience store. And as part of that approval, we're required to install a median brake and a traffic signal out onto on Route 15. However, OSTA will not allow us to construct that improvement until we pull a building permit for the very last building, because we need all of the buildings to generate a significant enough volume of traffic to warrant the installation of that traffic signal. So we're prohibited from doing that. Subsequently, we have asked OSTA for a partial opening without full compliance of the conditions of the certificate. And they have agreed to allow us to open 3 of the residential buildings and the retail building, plus the convenience store. And the improvements which we have to have in place in order to operate the level of development is construct the 3 driveways as indicated on the plans, and to install the right turn deceleration lane on the Berlin Turnpike into the northerly side driveway. Now, all of that work has been completed with the exception of one utility pole, which is in the proposed site driveway as we speak. It's my understanding that will be coming out in the next couple of days. The utility company has agreed to get that removed. Once that is done, they can put the final course of pavement down on the driveway. The district office will come out and do an inspection, make sure that we have satisfied the conditions of the partial opening, and they will notify the Office of the State Traffic Administration that the work is completed. OSTA typically doesn't provide a letter indicating that the work is done, but if the building official calls OSTA and says, we've received a request for a partial or for certificates of occupancy, is it okay to issue them? And the OSTA staff will certainly, if they've heard from the district office, will certainly say, yes, it's appropriate at this time to issue any certificates for the buildings which are under the partial opening, which is the first 3 residential buildings, the clubhouse as well, the retail building and the convenience store. Now, the convenience store is currently open and operating, so we don't have to worry about that one, but on this site here, it's the 3 other buildings and the retail building. When we get closer to completing the buildings, we'll have to go back for another partial opening and add the other 2 retail buildings. And depending on whether or not, the other 2 residential buildings to the partial opening request. And depending on whether or not the hotel or the retail building moves first, we may swap the retail building out for the hotel building, depending on when they have tenants or any use for those buildings. And we will get a partial opening from OSTA to allow us to operate those as well. If there's any questions in terms of OSTA and certificates of occupancy, be happy to address them, or any other questions in terms of the fencing and the phasing of construction. We're willing to take those at this time.
Thank you. I think I have a couple of questions to start off. With respect to completion of things like paving of the parking that would be utilized by the buildings that you're seeking the CO on. With respect to bonding and all of that, am I to understand that there's a possibility that that paving will not be done?
That paving will be done.
Okay. And I assume, I'm trying to remember more details than are actually coming to mind, but any lighting on the site in the area of the parking that's going to be available? That'll be installed. And then I'm curious about whether or not you have someone to occupy the hotel yet.
Glad you asked that question. Within the last week or so, Mr. Diavio has entered into a lease agreement with a hotel operator.
That's exciting.
We will be coming back in to see you for site plan approval for that. The footprint may change a little bit depending on what style of hotel is determined is suitable there by the lessee. He has several companies that he engages with to build hotels for certain chains. And so it's not yet final as to exactly what brand it'll be, and each brand has its own architectural style. And so we hope to be back in to see you within the next 30 to 60 days with a plan for the hotel. And what's likely is that the hotel will be constructed before the retail building is. That'll likely be either that or the last residential building will be the last building to be constructed. I think the likelihood is it'll be the retail building, even though Mr. Diadio's had several inquiries about using that building. It just, if we build that building now, it obstructs a lot of the opportunities for the construction to work the best way. So he's holding off on that. The opportunity for the hotel just can't be passed up. We have a real user who's experienced, and we want to take advantage of that.
Good. Commission, anybody have questions? Tim?
First of all, I want to compliment you on the construction. I've been watching it very good. I'm very surprised how fast that clubhouse is going up. That was just, was there today and not, whatever. But, and I saw the fence go down in the front, everything graded off in the front. That will happen in one day, I would expect. Because I didn't see it in the morning, saw it in the afternoon. And the safety concerns, I'm glad you addressed that. I have gone on site and shivered a little bit. But I'm assuming that the tire plants will go open up by April 15th. That's what, little sooner before that, but April 15th is usually what they head towards. And so are you planning to put a binder down on the road first and then finish coasting it later on when you finish compartment?
Peter Diadio, I've been in front of you before, the developer for BT 2008. And yeah, so I have a pave date scheduled the last week. I don't have an exact date to hold the last week of April. And we're going to put our binder down, and we're going to do all our striping and all our signage and all our lights. It'll be almost finished. It's just that I might put in landscaping. It depends. I mean, because I was planning on doing this really 4 weeks earlier. I'm a few weeks late.
Yeah.
But if I can't, that's when we'll bond whatever we can't do. The final course, we'll probably not want to put down now because we're gonna have trucks running over it, you know, and I'd like to do the final course finished, done, because it's a different material if you realize, it's a less hardy material and it marks up. So we'd like to finish our buildings and then do a finished course and have a really pristine property, but that's a construction decision that I'll need to make at a different day. But we'll continue to keep it safe, and I have a full-time superintendent that just does safety. But, you know, I've got 50 men on the job. There's a lot for them to handle, and that's why we brought the safety crew in there after Frank met with us and he had a couple, but these safety items were, you know, like a cord that's frayed or two plugs in that instead of having a single plug. And, you know, they're small things, but they're important things. So we were worried about it. And so we hired our third-party person. They just had their first subcontractor meeting today. And I got the list of, you know, comments and concerns. And so now, not only do we have everybody sign in on the safety book every week, which they were doing for the last, you know, 15 months, but now I have a third-party report, you know, documenting, you know, the items. So we appreciate Frank and town staff, and we're going to do everything we can to keep them, you know, right up to speed. And, but we do, you know, we got a every time we get a building permit, you know, we need a certificate of occupancy, right? You know, for a building permit, you know, garage permit, see, you know, we need that. We can't wait. We need one when we're finished with each building.
I just got to compliment how fast you've gone now. And, again, and you said that lighting will be in.
Yeah, we're gonna plant those posts for Main Street, I think, in the next couple of weeks.
Okay.
I mean, they're all on site. You know, I don't have permanent power yet.
Oh,
That's I got temporary power, but I don't have
Yeah.
permanent power. But, you know, Northeast Utilities, I mean, they fibbed before, but they plan to do it before the month's over. So once I get permanent power, then I get my elevator and my main lights. And, you know, right now, we're all temporary lighting. And that's why, you know, it's lit the way it is.
I had a bet that the hotel would be last.
Well, we were fortunate. We've signed a lease with them actually sooner, a little while longer than Mr. Alter mentioned. But they've been creating brands, approved by one, approved by another. And, you know, all these brands have these different conditions. And so, you know, the operator who run for the next 20 years needs to agree to all those conditions. So I was going to have him here tonight, but we decided not to because I'm not sure he's sure of the brand. So once we know, then Peter and Scott will be back in with the Patel family, who is the operator, the same Patel that runs Happy Harry's, right? He has 5 buildings now, 5 hotels now. So he's experienced, he's got the money behind him. And we'll build a hotel for him. So, you know, it's all the top brands is who.
No, he does a good job. Okay, the only thing I didn't hear Texas Roadhouse yet.
I don't have the park. So anyways, we gotta remember that little building up front, you know, we think it's an important building for the residential. And Texas Roadhouse, I need 200 cars, you know, and if I put a fast food in there that's too much volume, I'm afraid my neighborhood will not be as pleased. So we gotta pick the right mix, you know, a hairdresser, a Jimmy John's, a Subway, a
Jimmy
bank.
John's.
These are the people that have been, you know, asking us, but Peter's right. My construction trailer is right here. My bricks are right here. In other words, I don't have the room to give it to them right now, you know, but we will. And once these are all done and this trailer ends up in the back, then we'll take care of it.
See what happens when you work on the yard.
Maureen,
Thank you.
you have anything that you'd like to add or?
So I do have a couple of things to clarify with regard to the phasing, and I'm sorry if Attorney Alter might have mentioned 1 or 2 of them because I was trying to share the correct plan on the screen instead of the sketched one. We weren't able to find it immediately to share it. But now this is the one that he has on the board. So Joan and Steve, you're seeing the same thing that the commission has in the room. But At our meeting, there was discussion of, and I just want to clarify what's getting finished and not finished at what point, so the commission knows and it's not, and so what you're approving for phasing is cleared out to everyone. That entrance into the boulevard, I recall at an interdepartmental meeting, it being stated that while that would be secured with a gate, they probably wouldn't be immediately installing the curbing and bollards and the esplanade in the middle of it. Did he say that? And I'm sorry if I'm repeating it.
Didn't say that, but I should have.
Okay, so that because of the potential for needing access or something as they get further into the site and getting into that driveway, the chance of it being harmed at this point is that they'll have that entrance there for the parking. I know it's hard on the screen to see where the red lines are. But the red line does include phase one parking in front of the building and then the cars driving around the rear of this is the northern building on the front, right? And then driving around the building in the back to get into the garage underneath. I'm sorry? Oh, that's pointing it out over there.
This parking will be open. This parking here will be open. And these spaces here will be open. That's 62 spaces, 60 are required.
Then, so I wanted it clear as to that, what that gating would be. In that first phase, the red line is in front of, is proposed by the applicant to be in front of the garages that I would associate with that building. Each set of garages behind it sort of associate with the building in front of it. The phasing does not include the garages for opening for the COs for that building at this time. They are permitted. There might be a chance they're done and he
So
includes it. They may not.
I have this foundation done and I have this foundation staked out.
Oh, that one's
So-
only staked out. I thought that one was
No, it's
in,
not-
the
it's not
foundation
done.
was in.
It's not
Okay.
completed. That's why the fence is in front. But once it's completed, then we'll move the fence in, it's to have access to it. We have to remember, I need room to work because these buildings are 50 feet, 60 feet tall. So I have to, have space around it. And the garage is not as tall. I don't need as much room. But that's why it's eliminated for my first CO. But once it's built, then we'll put it in service. Same thing as Maureen was about to say, this would be the second building that we would do. And so now the fencing would move from here to here. And this would give all this access for parking, and so we would have the 120 cars, these two are done. Then, of course, building 4, next.
So when the second building is done, the construction traffic would be utilizing that pathway behind it that's shown by the arrows and continue to be. For the first CO, it's proposed that the construction traffic is in a different area. Of course, they're using the same main drive in from the Berlin Turnpike, but then they're going around in the direction of the arrows.
They're split.
And that's how they're going to be separated. For the second building, that wouldn't be the case. Again, it'll be more in front will be done. Presumably at that time, based on the yellow lines, right?
That's
The
right.
yellow lines.
Yellow
So-
one, the one that I did for you, I didn't put the yellow one.
Oh, the yellow one's not here. I thought it was.
I was gonna say there's.
It was really hard. This one, the delineation of the lines on this plan was very difficult, which is why I included in your packet the sketch, because it was more clear on the sketch than it was on this. I thought this would have just confused you without their explanation of what was happening. And so then a question I have is whether or not the safety contractor will be overseeing securing this construction areas from the residential as well, to make sure that as you adjust those, are they going to be double checking on that as well? Or
So
are there
we've hi-
provisions we need?
We've
to-
hired the safety contractor for as long as we need him. So as I mentioned earlier, I have a full-time superintendent that just does safety. And then I also have a superintendent. I got Derek, superintendent for safety. I've got Bob, that's the overall superintendent that's for construction. I've got Dennis, that's it, because there's too many buildings for a superintendent as well. So I have 3 men just supervising on the job, in addition to the balance of the team. Every subcontractor has their own foreman. But so this new safety group that we have will not only be be at our job meetings, which is once a week to, make sure we're doing our schedule and make sure we're making our subcontractors signing off on the safety concerns. But they'll also make sure we're, progressive in our relocation of the fence. We'll keep them as long as we need them. There'll be a time when we won't need them, but right now, when there's, 50, 60 people on the job, we need them.
So my concern there is securing the air, that where the public has access because they're now living there versus what is construction, and somebody making sure that that is
What we
up
can,
to speed at all times with curious minds, curious kids, curious
we will do is provide you
young
with
adults.
the copy of the report that they provide to us. And obviously engage with you if you have any concerns about that.
Um,
For the obvious reasons, Mr. Diadio is probably more concerned about this than you are. He doesn't want to have any issues on the site.
And again, and this is kind of obvious for all sites. It's a general reminder as we go into the spring with whether we have heavy rains or droughts, where may need to up the soil erosion controls in it. I just like to take this opportunity at major job sites, whether we need bolstering of soil erosion controls or need to water down the site so that the dirt isn't getting into what's already been CO'd and everything else. It's just a reminder. I don't think you've maintained your site
I can
as
speak to
well,
that
I believe
as
is,
well. Sure,
it is normal. I just like to
we've given
put it on the record.
this commission a $70,000 bond 10 years ago. We continue for site erosion control, and I have $15,000 for the erosion control out there. But you have a $70,000 bond. We continue to reinforce that erosion control as it becomes deteriorated, as we will continue to. The site's important to us, and we have a huge investment there, and we'll continue to monitor it. Those trails, by the way, are built, but they need to be monitored and manicured because things grow, and it's not being used now, but we created it so that it's there. And the wood chips that we put down, we need to replace because the wood chips float away. And so we're gonna replace it with some stone dust kind of thing, some crushed concrete or something. So, we'll keep the trails open, and we also promise to put some, dog things there, the little garbage cans and stuff like that, which we'll do as well. But that'll all happen as the building becomes occupied and as the clubhouse becomes open, which is why we need to phase in, because we need to start actually happening, to have people there and have our maintenance people there. Right now, we have all construction workers there, which is fine for now, but that will transition.
So then the last question I think that's outstanding is to the commission. He's shown the phase 1 with the red. Those 2 buildings, has the permits for the 3 buildings plus the clubhouse. As he goes into further phasing, whether you'd want him to come back to discuss that or you'd allow staff to orchestrate that once the state allows them to open up into those phases. And so they'll be in construction, probably not too far down the line. But then when those phasings for those COs come in that are beyond what he's discussed today, if you want them back or you want the staff to be able to handle each building at that point.
I'll make a motion, staff handles it.
Questions?
That's all of your
I think
questions?
that's all my questions.
Does-
I just wanted to respond because I want to make sure that we're clear that the only change in the phasing that may occur is that the hotel may jump up into an earlier phase
I'm sorry, I meant the sequencing for the COs.
Yeah.
Only for the residential
Okay,
portion, because
that-
that fourth, what was the fourth phase of the hotel in at that approval does require you to return. If you return at 3 or 4, I think that's up to the, you're
So,
applying.
right, it'll be a separate.
Yeah, so
Application.
phasing of only the residential is what
Right.
I was, of the COs, phasing of the COs.
So it'll be
I was
five-
asking.
5, 1, 4, and then we'll do the last 2 buildings.
Okay. So Maureen, your questions are satisfied?
I believe so.
Okay. Tim, you started to make a motion.
Oh, yeah.
Are you making a motion for one portion or?
Make a motion to allow the COs to be issued on
Wait a minute.
sorry, on building 5 and building 1 and the clubhouse, right? Those are 3 things right now.
Right now, he wants to phase to allow them one at a time, as he
Okay.
showed.
Okay. And one at a time as completed and COs can be issued. What was the other? Frank, now you
comments.
lost me.
Subject to staff comments
Always subject to staff comments.
And
She's always
give-
got good comments.
and give her
Oh,
the
I
ability
give
to
her-
work with
I give
them.
her staff to take care of
Further COs.
future buildings,
Remaining residential.
remaining buildings.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved.
Very much.
Thank you. Okay,
I'm doing a good job.
next on the agenda, bond release reduction. Deming Road Business Park Progressive Development Corp. Request for release of erosion control bond in the amount of $5,610 for 170 and 180 Deming Road.
So this, if I may, this bond was submitted for the construction on the fronting lots. The erosion, on the fronting lots along Deming Road. You'll remember Deming Road Business Park is next to Gill's Garage. Had two buildings on 2 lots, right along the road, and then 2 more in the back over the Mattabassett trunk line. The soil erosion bond was given for those front 2 buildings, which are complete, occupied, and have been for well over a year anyway, but this is the erosion bond. And they are asking for permits, pending permits. We do have permits for one of the lots on the other side of but that will be calculated with a new soil erosion control bond with that permit and the permits for the backside. So we have no issues with releasing this.
Make
Okay,
a motion to release erosion control bond in the amount of $5,610 for 170 and 180 Deming Road.
I'll second that motion.
we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So moved. Next item on the agenda, Deming Road Business Park, Deming Road Business Park LLC, request for release of site bond in the amount of $20,295 for site improvements at 170 Deming Road.
So this is built out and occupied for longer than the retention period. It's the building with the indoor golf. Friends, we have no problem with the release.
I make a motion to release the site bond in the amount of $20,295 for site improvements at 170 Deming Road.
I'll second. I gotta get in there.
Gotta get your name on.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Those in
Aye.
favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Next, Deming Road Business Park Coastal Masonry LLC, request for release of site bond in the amount of $7,370 for site improvements at 180 Deming Road.
That's the building further to the east. It's built out, occupied for longer than the retention period, and it's the building with the garages,
Steve, your turn.
left side.
It's good to go.
I make a motion to release the site bond in the amount of $7,370 for site improvements at 180 Deming Road.
And I'll second that.
Yay. Any discussion? Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Steve
So
Bi-
moved.
Steve Biella, turn on your camera. You got to get a motion in here. Let's go.
Okay, I got you.
All right.
Next item, Stick Village, Earl Wickland Incorporated, request for a release of erosion control bond in the amount of $1,732 for 120 Webster Square Road.
So this again, Stick Village, the erosion control bond, it's completely built out. I actually think you released the site bond for it already. But this is built out, occupied, and it'll be fine.
I make a motion to release the erosion control bond in the amount of $1,732 for 120 Webster Square Road.
I'll second.
Steve, what happened to Steve?
I don't
He
know.
had his
I'm
chance. He
waiting
was-
on him.
He's asleep at the wheel.
John's too
Come on,
quick. He's
Steve.
too quick with it.
Yeah, come on, Steve, get with the program. We got to put some,
Okay, we have a motion.
in a second.
Second. Oh,
Any discussion? I don't think so.
No.
All those in favor?
aye.
Opposed?
I got you, Steve.
All right. So approval of meeting minutes from March 6th, 2025. Does anybody have any comments?
No, I would
Was
like to
here?
make there's no corrections, no comments. I read through them. Everything looked great. And so I make a motion to accept the minutes as submitted.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second.
Steve Biella.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Everyone's getting giddy.
I know we're getting tired.
All of the items on the agenda scheduled for deliberations have been continued to the April 3rd meeting.
Okay.
Next on the agenda is planner comments.
Maureen, please don't have any planner comments.
Have a very, very, very short ones.
Oh,
We have your bar association seminar books. I believe were left, they were left at each place. You don't have to pick them up as you leave, but you do have to pick them up from your place as you leave. Anyone who did not, you should have gotten an, if you are signed up to attend, you should have gotten a email that gives you the link. I believe they went to your town emails. So that gives you the link. If you don't find it, call our office in the morning, email me, we'll make sure you get it. And next Thursday is the AquaTurf Conference for anyone who signed up for that. Don't forget, it's Thursday night, next week, starting at 5 o'clock.
At 5:00.
5 o'clock, I believe
We're
it's.
going?
I think I signed up for that one, didn't I?
You can come.
I know I did. Joan and I did. I
What's
guess
the
Mike
town will pay
did, right?
for you?
Of you did.
AquaTurf? I don't know.
remember. That's generally good for you, to be honest with you.
Is it?
Am
I supposed to
I'll
get one? of
try
these
to
or not
have-
at my
That's
place?
June's.
That's June.
If you didn't sign up for the class on.
I did.
Oh, then that is
Some of you
yours.
decided not to take it because you already fulfilled your requirement and have taken others, so.
Oh, because I
Double check
found out that I got a new term, so you told me I had to take it again.
that you did.
Okay,
we'll
well,
see
so-
what, we'll double check.
Oh, see, this one happened.
Hey,
There you go.
See?
I don't have the
True.
list. Ashley's
It's not
in the
true.
list, but anyone who didn't get the email or a book. One, leftover books are in our office for those of you online, and to the link should have gotten emailed. Email me if you didn't, and Ashley.
Okay.
Email me and Ashley at minimum.
okay. So, next on the agenda is executive session, to discuss the status of pending litigation of 1906 Berlin LLC, versus Planning and Zoning Commission, of the town of Berlin, and possible action relating to same, And item B, consider whether to convene an executive session to discuss the status of the pending litigation of 1906 Berlin LLC versus Planning and Zoning Commission of the Town of Berlin. So before we go into executive session, we need to note that at the end of the executive session, no further action will be taken by the commission and the meeting will be adjourned. And we need a motion now to go into executive session.
I will make the motion to go into the executive session. I will invite our staff and our attorney and Mr. Snow to join us. And from that executive session, we will be directly adjourning this meeting.
We have a motion, second.
Second.
Tim seconded.
Sorry.
That's
Commissioner
okay.
Sima. I yield to you, sir. I yield to you, sir.
It's okay. So, those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so moved. Thank you. So Steve and Joan, I guess we'll be calling you.
Roger that.
Hey, she's asleep.
Oh, I don't know what that was. It's scary though. All right, talk to you soon, I guess. Maureen, do you want me to call you?
If you'd like, or we can use this one, but I'm not really good at I think I was able to do the multiple people last time.
Okay, go ahead. You could try it.
Maureen, I have a question. Is there any way we can get a dumpster at this property because there's nothing but garbage out there?
Which property? I'm sorry.
Where Spruce Brook.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, there's just garbage out in that parking lot. I mean, the doors are off the hotel and
They're
it's just garbage.
working on a demo permit, I believe, right now. I
this
think
was
we could
last
have
week
him
it
and
was
talk
there.
because I know the
Odds
building
are against
department
us.
went out there about some concerns, so.
Yeah, there should be a dumpster there.
Yeah, we voted.
It was a picture of the.
Got that.
This is
gotta
just
look-
attracting
Not yet, the
rats.
hasn't ended yet.
Gonna be like that right now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, please. Thank you, Alexa.
Oh.